and welcome. I declare this first public hearing of the Select Committee on Work and Care open. And I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Today marks the beginning of the committee's public hearings into work and care in Australia. I note that this is an important inquiry because most people in the workforce in Australia today have care responsibilities or will have care responsibilities over the time of their working lives, whether they're caring for aged parents, for their own children, for friends or family, people with disabilities in their communities. During the course of this inquiry, the committee will be looking at how Australians are putting together their jobs with care responsibilities, recognising that experience varies very widely depending on your income level, on where you live, on your family circumstances and the nature of your community. The inquiry's terms of reference require us to investigate ways in which jobs and care responsibilities of all kinds can be combined to create better outcomes for our country, for our people and our citizens of all ages and for our economy. In considering these matters, the committee will be hearing from people in different kinds of jobs with different kinds of care responsibilities. We want to understand the lived experience of workers who have care responsibilities so that we can focus on practical solutions. We want to find solutions that will benefit workers, those they care for, as well as children, families, employers and the wider Australian community. We have online Senators Andrew Bragg and Senator Wendy Askew. Thank you for your persistence out there in the ether. And also on our panel on the committee here at the front, Senator Linda White and myself. These are proceedings that will unfold in person and on video conference. So they're public proceedings being video streamed via the live parliamentary website and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to be heard, to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matter of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which that objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and a copy of that order is available from the Secretariat. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and are not speaking to mute their microphones. So, I now welcome our first witnesses, representatives from the Department of Employment, Workplace Relations and the Department of Education. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning. My name's Carmel O'Regan. I'm Assistant Secretary of Targeted Employment Policy Branch at the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Hi, Jodie Wern, Assistant Secretary, Workforce Strategies Branch, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Leigh Swan, Assistant Secretaries of Safety Net Branch in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Good morning, Jennifer Wettinger, Assistant Secretary of the Economics and International Labour Branch at the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Good morning, I'm Anne Twyman, First Assistant Secretary from Programme Payments and Early Learning in the Early Childhood and Youth Division of the Department of Education.
Michelle Caro, Assistant Secretary of the Childcare Markets and Reform Branch at the Department of Education. And Jacinda Still, Assistant Secretary, Workforce, Quality and Preschool Branch in the Department of Education.
Thank you all for your time and for your appearance and for your correspondence in recent hours. Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, your letter of yesterday, you would have been aware for some weeks, I imagine, that this inquiry was afoot. I'm just wondering why you haven't done a submission.
Senator, and we, as I recall, we received the invitation to make a submission, I think it was on Tuesday, and in the time available, and we outlined some of the government election commitment in the letter, but we are happy to provide further details today, and if there are further details after today's hearing, and we will take them on notice and give you a comprehensive response.
Thank you very much, Ms Wang. That's very good to hear, and I think the committee would look forward to sending further questions, perhaps questions on notice today, but subsequently as our inquiry unfolds. So
No
thank
problem.
you for indicating you'll give them your full attention and give us detailed responses. If I can start with some questions for Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, but they may also have some relevance to education. Your department, as you indicated in your letter, has responsibility for policies and programs that build work participation and help individuals to balance work and care through appropriate workplace relations settings. Which of those settings or tools and instruments that are available to you do you believe or do you find your analysis tells you are most effective or important?
Yeah, okay. I might start with the workplace relations framework settings and then hand over to my colleagues from the department to talk about a program to assist to improve workforce participations. So from workplace relations perspective, the lever we have is the Fair Work Act. The Fair Work Act has one of the objects of the Fair Work Act is, let me just to make sure the words are right, is to assist employees to balance their work and the family responsibilities by providing for flexible working arrangements. So that's one of the objects of the Fair Work Act. And the Fair Work Act provides some workplace rights and entitlements for employees to assist them to find the workplace a flexible arrangement with their employers. So namely, there is one national employment standards which applies to all national system employees, is the right to request a flexible work arrangements. And that applies to a number of cohort of employees. They are eligible for that entitlement, namely is people with caring responsibilities. And the employer can only refuse those requests on reasonable business grounds. Also, the national employment standards and have minimum entitlements such as the paid and unpaid personal and carers leaves. Further, the Fair Work Act has there is a provisions called individual flexibility arrangements. So all awards and enterprise agreements and other registered agreements have to include individual flexibility arrangement clause. If any agreement doesn't include one, the model clause from the Fair Work Regulation 2009 will apply. So the IFA, which is the individual flexibility arrangement, is used to make alternative arrangement that suits the needs of the employer and the employees. But that agreement cannot remove or reduce employees' entitlements. Another one in the Fair Work Act that you're probably aware is the unpaid parental leaves. So that it provides a workplace rights and for people taken 12 months, every employee of the employee couple, 12 months and leave and another 12 months and upon request. Again, the employer can only refuse on reasonable grounds. So that's the number of the key settings in the Fair Work framework. In terms of whether they are effective or not, I might point to a number of the commitment following the Job Summit. The government are committed to strengthen the flexibilities and provided to employees, and through the inflexible work arrangement, which were just mentioned under the National Employment Standards, and unpaid parental leave provisions. So I might pause there and hand over to my employment colleagues to talk about our participation programs.
Thank you very much. I think it's probably worth saying at the outset, Senator, that these sorts of policies do cut across a range of other portfolios as well. Department of Social Services in terms of carer policy, family policy, also Department of Health in terms of services for older people, including their carers. And Office for Women in terms of that cross-cutting women's economic security policy, for example. But in terms of women's workforce participation, probably worth highlighting three key drivers which are well understood and you're probably well aware of. In terms of work and caregiving, which is the subject of this inquiry, obviously women's workforce participation and unpaid caregiving are highly correlated, with women disproportionately exiting the labour force following the birth of a child to take on the additional unpaid care load. And even as children grow, this imbalance is never fully rectified, with women's workforce participation remaining lower for all age groups through to retirement age. Secondly, industry and occupational segregation, which seems to be firmly entrenched, with patterns of, for example, subject choices in higher education not only being gender segregated, but becoming more so in recent years. For example, if you look at a field like IT, in 2005, women accounted for 27.4% of people with higher education qualifications, and that's actually fallen to 25.2% in 2021. And then thirdly, workplace flexibility, which my colleague Ms Wang has outlined the responses to. So obviously that plays a major role in enabling women to participate in the workforce. In terms of programs, we do have one that assists employers to improve their capability to offer more flexible working arrangements. It's called Career Revive, and let me just find some information about that one for you. So it, just give me a minute. It at the moment we have 90 businesses participating in that program, and it's aimed at medium to large businesses, and it's about helping them to better attract and retain women returning to the workforce after a career break. So it basically assists the business to review all of their practices, their processes, their policies, their workplace culture, to identify potential barriers, and it helps them co-design a tailored action plan which includes designing a returner program, you might have heard of returner programs, to bring more women back to work after a career break. It includes targeted senior management mentoring for diverse workforces, specialised HR advice on inclusive recruitment, and innovative coaching and upskilling of middle management and support to then implement those changes. So that's one worth highlighting. We also do have the Launch Into Work program, which delivers pre-employment projects co-designed with employers. So that's one that really starts with the job and then co-designs a pathway into that job. And it is targeted predominantly at women, but it doesn't exclude men, but it's targeted at women for identified entry-level roles. And that program's been extended to 30 June 2028. There is the Local Jobs program, which is about workforce solutions at the local level, and that operates in all 51 employment regions across Australia. And each region develops with their local jobs and skills task force projects that help address labour market issues in the local area, and we do have quite a number of such projects targeted at women. There are also some in the skills area, and we don't have somebody representing skills here today, but for example, there's the Mid-Career Checkpoint, which assists people who've spent time out of the workforce undertaking caring responsibilities and are now looking to return to paid employment. It also supports carers who've recently returned to paid employment and would like to advance or change their career. And we have a grant program, the National Careers Institute Partnership Grants Program, which provides funding for organisations like employers, training providers, schools and community organisations to work collaboratively to improve career outcomes and create education and training pathways for Australians. So we have round 3 of that program, which commenced earlier this year, and there are 42 projects focusing on women. So I might leave it there. That's
Yeah.
probably
Thank
enough.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks, both of you. Ms Wang, you mentioned the Jobs and Skills Summit, and it highlighted the lagging rate of participation amongst women and, by implication, carers in paid work. The presentation right at the beginning of Daniel Wood from Grattan Institute, who we'll be hearing we will be hearing from over the course of this inquiry. Given the very wide gap between our participation rates and most of our OECD trading partners, and the contribution that would be made to GDP and to the incomes of households and families if they were able to participate at the level they want to, including, of course, the many women in Australia and carers who work part-time, an unusual pattern of it we have relative to others in the OECD. Given that gap, what's your evaluation and what existing material do you have, evidence, analysis of how effective what you've just named, both of you, is in addressing our participation challenge and our skills shortage? I think this question is also relevant to the Education Department. What is your assessment of the effectiveness of the existing regime that you've just described?
I might say, in relation to the programs that I outlined, I'm happy to take on notice some further information about, for example, if there's evaluation evidence available. Certainly for Career Revive, it has demonstrated innovative approaches to supporting women into male-dominated workplaces. So those 90 businesses do cover many thousands of employees. So when you look at it in that regard, it does have a relatively large influence. But for the other projects, I would have to take on notice what information we might have about how they're going.
I'll be interested in, though, the committee would welcome that evidence, but also a larger assessment about how adequate that suite of programs are to the challenges we face.
I might just add on to what Ms O'Regan just said about a flexible arrangement, and so there are very limited evidence about the utilisation of a flexible work arrangement. So what we found is through the Fair Work Commission's General Manager's Report, the utilisation that hasn't been utilised very widely. So that's another reason that we are, as the government, committed to further strengthen that provisions to allow that becomes more accessible to people with care and responsibilities.
And do you have analysis on the other measures you mentioned, for example, paid and unpaid forms of leave, about the adequacy of them relative to the challenge that working carers face?
So the paid parental leave is a responsibility of the Department of Social Services. So in the Fair Work Act, there was a leave entitlement which is unpaid. And we are aware of some shortcomings and of that provisions, and may restrict how the parents can access that block of leaves and in a flexible way. So that's as the government has committed to is the things is currently under considerations.
Thanks for pointing us to the importance of having submissions from other departments, the Office for Women, Department of Social Security, presumably, who else did you mention? Sorry, the Health Department. Thank you for that. We will definitely pursue that as you suggest. I would be very interested, a committee will be interested, I think, in any analysis you have of who has access to what forms of leave by gender and by industry occupation and by casual and permanent status as well. I think those issues may be of interest to our committee. If we could come to childcare, and then I'll hand over to my colleague, Senator White.
So I think that one of the biggest programs the government has in terms of encouraging workforce participation is the childcare subsidy. And the way that works is it's the amount that families get is income tested. So the higher up you go, the less subsidy you receive from the government. But another element of that that's really key is the activity test. And one of the key points of that is to encourage people to do some form of activity, either working or volunteering or studying. So that's kind of a way to encourage people to get those subsidies from the government in relation to the level of activity they do. In relation to carers, there are some sort of extra exemptions and things available, particularly for grandparents, for those receiving carer payment, which is, DSS's remit. But the activity amounts that are allowed before the subsidy is cut out or the subsidy rate is reduced are increased for those particular cohorts. So it really is about encouraging carers just generally, but also those particular types of carers that may have a stronger difficulty in having certain levels of activity and things like that in the workforce to participate. And so that's scaled to allow them to work as well as care for their children.
And can you give the committee any analysis about the adequacy in terms of support for the financial costs of childcare, the adequacy of provision, accessibility across our country, and the quality and how they are impacting on participation rates in employment?
So childcare costs are only one element that impact on parents' ability to participate or carers' ability to participate. And that's there's a whole bunch of reasons. There's family taxes, there's, family benefits, there's income taxes, there's childcare subsidy. And so targeting childcare subsidy is only one way that we can help encourage people to participate in the workforce. It's really difficult to really get an understanding of whether that's having an impact across all levels, because unless we ask every individual parent the reasons that they don't work more or that they don't work at all, we just don't have that analysis that we've done. There are a range of reasons like cultural preferences. People can't work more because they can't get additional hours. They have a preference to be at home with their children. So it's really hard for us to untangle how much the CCS actually makes a benefit to those particular areas. But we do know that that does reduce the costs of childcare for people that are participating and receiving CCS. Accessibility is another issue, but again, it's really hard to understand exactly what's happening in the market and whether families are able to access the amount that they want, or in the places that they want, is something that the department's looking at, and certainly what the government has committed with the PC and the ACCC inquiries to look into. Some of those elements will be part of those inquiries.
And when might such analysis be available around availability, accessibility and so on across the nation?
So I think it's through those inquiries, and that's still being determined by government.
Okay. So I'll come to you, Senator White.
Thanks. You've detailed the number of programs that you have to assist women to get in the workforce. What programs have you got to encourage men to take carers leave and take on that role?
In the workplace relations framework, we're aware it's still not a norm for men to take leave to perform unpaid care functions. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the reason is some of the lack of flexibilities, and to encourage that and shared care and the taking of work among the employee couples. So currently under the consideration is how we improve the flexibilities of the unpaid parental leave will create more choice for the employees couples and to share that leave entitlements and in a sense to share the unpaid care responsibilities at home.
So you're hoping that these provisions, the changes, will encourage men because it's going to be more desirable? Is that the way you think this is going to be?
So the current, maybe I explain how the current provision work. So the current unpaid parental leave require the leave to largely take predominantly taken as a continuous block, so almost as a take it or leave it. So that does have it provides an incentive for one carers to take all the leaves, otherwise they will lose the entitlements. And it's quite you will see it is quite a norm for particularly women to take the leave first after having a newborn, and current settings does not allow them to take a break between the leaves, so they have to take the whole leave. So that could be quite that could result in a quite extensive period away from work. So we hope and currently under consideration how to improve that flexibilities in that provisions will provide flexibilities. So the mother doesn't need to take all the leave entitlements in as one block. So they encourage the other parties and the partners to take leave at the early days as early days of their child, and so hopefully we'll embed that shared care and responsibility from the early days.
Sure, I guess it's reasonably unattractive to take unpaid parental leave because you don't get superannuation either. So I guess that's a disincentive too, isn't it?
So as I said, the paid parental leave is in the social security portfolios, and that's two. One is the payment from the government, as well as the leave works together because they provide the payment when the people is absent from work. And I'm aware there are, for example, in the paid parental leave payment, initially when it was designed, also need to be taken a block, but now there are 30 days and component that can be taken flexibilities. So correspondingly, in the Fair Work Act, and there is a 30 days and flexible component as well to allow the parents to take that, so they can be eligible to claim the payments. So, and also we're aware we also encourage and we acknowledge a lot of business and do go beyond the minimum standards, which is in the Fair Work Act, and provide paid parental leave and as their own workplace and policies.
So, well, just on that, are there any statistics that support that proposition that you've put? The statistics that show what is actually happening? I mean, the NES and the awards standard is quite low. How many businesses are above that? Offer above that, and what is the best practice that you've seen in relation to that? Yes,
I think there are evidence, and unfortunately I don't have that in my folder, and I can take that on notice. Yeah. And there are a number of data sources that we can utilise and to provide an answer to that.
Yeah, I know there's analysis of the enterprise agreements at the Fair Work Commission, which would be interesting to know how many actually do that. But I guess my point, if I go back to unpaid parental leave, that doesn't attract superannuation. So if you're out for up to 2 years, you're without superannuation. I'm not talking about the paid government scheme. So that's pretty unattractive, isn't it?
Mm. So I have to take on notice and consult my Treasury colleagues. So under the Fair Work Act framework, the unpaid parental leave for that period count as a service.
It does.
And in terms of the superannuation payable, for example, people on the unpaid parental leave but to receive paid parental leave payment from their under workforce workplace policies and how the superannuation is payable, I have to take it on notice.
Sure.
And,
I probably do know the answer, but yeah, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. Isn't one of the other disincentives is that you can't appeal under the Fair Work system to when your employer denies a request for flexible work conditions?
So there are a number of things under these provisions. One is the eligibilities who are eligible to have that right to request, and also the Fair Work Commission has inserted a model clause in many modern awards in terms of a process. The employer and employee has to follow a certain process, and those provisions or those clauses are subject to standard dispute resolutions. But I think you refer to if the request is refused on the reasonable business ground, and that the Fair Work Act currently prevents the Fair Work Commission to deal with that matter, whether that's a reasonable business ground or not. As I mentioned, the government committed to strengthen the flexibilities under these provisions, and among many other things that also are part of the policy areas that we are looking at.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So are you able to get any statistics on how many people have exercised their rights to try and get flexible work provisions outside the denial of requests? So you said that the provisions have been strengthened to allow people to use the usual dispute procedures. How many have gone to the Commission as the final part of that, without looking at the reasonableness of the decision? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, we're aware of that, and I have to take on notice. But my recollection is maybe last year was a 49. 49 around that
49
range.
disputes.
49 disputes, and as I said, the utilisation of the data from that Fair Work Commission's report shows the utilisation of that provision is not particularly high, and there are low dispute recorded, and as I recall, I think most of there isn't a record that most of the request has been granted. I think that's my recollection of what the Commission's found. But noting the number of requests is not particularly high, and there are last year is about 49 disputes. But I will take on notice to confirm that figures. If that assists, we can provide figures for previous years as well.
So one of the things you mentioned, I think you mentioned, or it's in your letter, that the government is going to do is strengthen the gender equity provisions of the Fair Work Act. Can somebody explain how you think that, well, what is being proposed and what you're working on, and how you think that will assist both narrowing the gender pay gap, but also encouraging women or potentially men to be carers?
So that's still me. And I think you're right. The government has made a number of commitments, and I think the central objective is to really tap into those underutilised resources, human capitals, and namely women and those with the care and responsibilities. So as outlined in the department letter, there are a number of measures. One is to make gender equity and secure job as object of the Fair Work Act, a new object of the Fair Work Act. Also, the government is committed to introducing a statutory equal remuneration principles to help guide the way the Fair Work Commission consider pay equity cases. And the government also committed to set up a pay equity expert panel and a care and the community sector expert panel in the Fair Work Commissions. And those two expert panels will be supported by a dedicated research unit, which will generate the evidence and inform the decision making, support supported decision making. Under the government's secure job agenda, the government also committed to legislate a fair and objective test to define casual work. Those commitments are election commitments. That is in addition to the 2 commitments I mentioned following the Job and the Skills Summit.
I'll let you off the hook at the moment. Can I ask the Department of Education, what are the department's plans or strategies for addressing workforce shortages, and are there any particular programs that are in the midst of developing in some of the key areas where women dominate?
Yes, there are. So one of the key things that we are doing is implementing the workforce strategy that was released last year, and just recently there was an implementation and evaluation plan that was, I think, released on the 5th of September this year, which outlines the actions that we're going to be taking forward across all governments and the sector to address workforce shortages.
I think I'm right.
You're right. That was an easy answer for a very big question, wasn't it? I mean,
Senator Pocock, if I might just add to that, that's in particular in relation to the early childhood workforce itself, where there are particular key challenges that we're looking at specifically because of the as you'd be aware, there's a range of investments in the early childhood area at the moment, and it's a key underpinning of women's work and workforce participation more broadly. It's really important that those strategies that Ms Still outlined really do support the continued growth and employment in that sector, so that we are able to, I guess, fulfil the growth that's going to be needed to be able to underpin these economic challenges. So that the response was specifically in relation to how we're working with the early childhood workforce sector, and that covers both the Certificate 3 vocationally educated trained, the diploma training, and the work that we're looking at to encourage more early childhood teachers into this space, as well as we develop preschool reforms as well, which will all be underpinning in terms of the economic post-COVID recovery. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms
Thank
Twyman.
you.
I've come to you, Senator Askew. I hope you can hear this all very well.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, I can. I hope that you can hear me and that the witnesses can hear me.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your time today and for the evidence that you've given so far. My first question, I'm hoping that you'll be able to help me with in the Department of Education side of things, but it actually relates to students that are actually caring for their parents or grandparents that are still at school, like the teenage students. Is that something you'd be able to give me a bit of an insight into what support's available to those young carers?
Senator, I think that is a question certainly for the Department of Education. We don't have the person from the schools side with us today. We're certainly happy to take that on notice. We do have some data in relation to the chaplaincy program and the BU mental health program, and I can tell you that and I'm not sure this is fully answering your question, so it's really for information, and my apologies. But I can tell you that we invest approximately $61 million annually to support the National School Chaplaincy Programme, which supports the wellbeing of students who require a range of supports. And we also support the BU programme, which is a national mental health programme in schools, which provides teachers and early learning educators with information, advice and support for young people, which is $144.6 million over 7 years. And this is...
So how much was that? Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, my apologies. It's $144.6 million over 7 years, which is from 2016-17 to 22-23. And just finally, this is complemented by the Australian Student Wellbeing Framework, which is being developed collaboratively by the jurisdictions. I'm very happy to take on notice if you'd require more information from our schools colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that and for that figures. If you are taking that on notice, I wouldn't mind knowing how they interrelate the programs and also the numbers of people employed through them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I've asked a question that's outside the right, but that's okay. Just going back then, and because I'm on phone, I can't see actually who spoke when I was listening to your introductory comments and the earlier questions. But we were talking about the Launch into Work program earlier, and I just wondered if I could get a little bit more information about that and how many people that is supporting.
So, Jodie Wern, I have a little bit of information. The Launch into Work program itself is designed to support the delivery of pre-employment projects and prepare individuals for specific entry-level roles. So projects are co-designed with business and are tailored to the needs of businesses. There's a specific focus on secure employment for women. So one of the program's aims is to create long-term secure employment for women. I understand there's been about 50 projects to date.
So that's 50 people, or is it 50 projects with more?
50 projects, around 529 people supported to date. I'll need to take you on notice how up to date that information is, but I think that gives you a bit of a guide.
So by pre-employment projects, does that mean that they're doing training and preparation for interviews and even styling clothes, all that sort of stuff? Is that part of that?
So it's entry level, but it does provide training, work experience and mentoring to support job seekers to prepare for roles, and that can include in the care and support workforce. But it's really entry level preparation support.
And that just leads me into a question where you've got the care and support workforce, and I know we've already had some questions about it, but what do you think needs to be done further into that area to encourage more people into the care and support workforce? Because obviously it's so undermanned at the moment, and we need to get more staff working in that area. So is there anything that's been planned already or coming that will increase those numbers?
So there are some other activities. As my colleague mentioned earlier, there's the local jobs program, which helps support job seekers to reskill and upskill into employment. The department also runs jobs fairs, which help connect people with employers, and has run a dedicated care and support element of jobs fairs. Other things that may be relevant relate to some webinars that the department has conducted that help businesses attract and recruit workers. There's been, in partnership with Department of Health and Aged Care, 3 webinars to inform employers of programs and services available to them to find and prepare a suitable workforce. There's coming up on mid-October, I think, there's plans to deliver a care and support sector jobs showcase, which will target and provide information to people who are interested in finding out more about working in the sector. So that'll talk about the types of roles available, tips on how to apply for jobs, guest employer speakers and links to current jobs and things like that. Previous showcases have attracted over 500 attendees, but they've had a different focus, so we can provide more detail on the upcoming showcase if you need it.
So are those showcases going nationally, or are they just in particular areas of shortage?
I understand they're in particular areas, but I could take that on notice. Since the relevant officers aren't here at the moment, I can get more information.
That would be very handy. And so obviously that sort of thing, the showcases, is something you'd want to have in regional areas as well, because there seems to be a disproportionate number of underemployment in those areas, in the regional areas. So I'd be interested to know whether or not that is actually happening in regional areas as well. Okay, very good. The national grant programs that you were talking about, could you give me a little bit more detail on those as well? I didn't get enough notes down at the time to actually understand exactly where they were targeted at.
Senator Carmel O'Regan here from Targeted Employment Policy Branch. I think you're referring to the National Careers Institute partnership grants that I mentioned earlier.
That was it. I didn't get that right down when I wrote it.
Yeah, that's okay. And it does come under the skills area. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone from skills here with us today. So, yeah, all I have is what I said earlier, that there are 42 projects focusing on women out of round 3 of the program, which commenced earlier this year. So the National Careers Institute is part of the skills portfolio, as I mentioned. Was there something in particular you'd like more information on? Because we can get that to you.
I wouldn't mind having a bit of a background on the grants of what's available, what sort of dollars are available, what they're for, and you know what the timeframes are around the rounds. Like obviously, if we're in round 3, how much has been already granted, and what outcomes have been achieved. If it's not too early for those.
Okay, I'll see what's available.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to write notes madly before and I was missing bits out. Okay, and my final area I just wanted to touch on a bit more was the grandparents looking after children and grandchildren. Oh, sorry, usually grandchildren, isn't it? Sorry, I get that right. And I noticed you mentioned that was DSS. Is there any specific support for grandparents over and above just the carers allowance or carers contribution? Because it really is a growth area. We're seeing this increasing so much across the country.
So I can probably jump in on that one. DSS actually is responsible for the payments, but under the childcare system, we have particular supports for grandparents as well, on top of those payments that are through the family benefit system. One of those is, so currently there's the base childcare subsidy, which is the one I talked about a little bit before, which is based on income and activity levels. But we also have what's called the additional childcare subsidy, which is on top of the base rate, if that makes sense. And for grandparents, they can get up to 120% of the hourly rate cap, which is how we calculate how much subsidy is provided to families through the CCS. So that's on top of their sort of base childcare subsidy rate, and that's particularly for grandparents looking after children. And that subsidy, that extra subsidy, is available per grandchild being looked after. So there's that component. We also have, there are some exemptions available for grandparents looking after children to the activity test. So instead of having to have a particular amount of activity to receive a certain amount of childcare subsidy, grandparents can get an exemption from that also, and then be able to access more hours of subsidised care, irrespective of the level of activity that they're undertaking.
Okay. I know there's been talk about, you know, obviously a lot of grandparents are saving the childcare system, and whether or not there was some sort of potential payment for them. I don't know that that's ever going to happen, but is there other things that they can apply for, such as respite, so respite care or something like that for them? Because obviously a lot of grandparents become quite elderly while they're still looking after their children. I just didn't know if there was any other support for them.
That's right. That's certainly not something that I'm aware of, but I suspect that the Department of Social Services may be able to help you with that.
Okay, well, I might save those questions for there. On that note, Chair, I might hand back to you. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Askew. I'm not sure if Senator Bragg can hear me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, great. Okay, would you like to follow on now? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Can I just take the department back to the statement you made about the return to work scheme? Can you remind me what that was called again?
So, Senator Carmel O'Regan here. Are you referring to Career Revive that I mentioned earlier, which is working with employers? Yep. So.
Yes. And could you say that's is it a pilot or is that up and running now?
So we're not referring to it as a pilot, but it started off relatively small and has expanded over time. It's as I mentioned earlier, working with employers apply to participate in the program, and they're medium to large employers, and we've contracted with KPMG to deliver these services to those employers to help them, to review their processes, policies, and workplace culture. So we have, I think I mentioned 90 businesses earlier. Sorry, and I might have said that was currently. I have to correct that, I think. Let me just check. It might be 90 over the life of the program. So,
Right, so it's pretty small.
relatively small, but as I mentioned, these are medium to large employers, so their footprint in terms of employees would be much larger, of course.
Right, and are you working with? How are you doing that? Are you going direct to these businesses, or are you working with business chambers and the like?
I'd have to take on notice whether business chambers have been involved, but as I mentioned, there's an expression of interest process, so businesses apply to the department to participate, and yeah, they are selected to work with the consultant to build their capability.
Okay, and so from your point of view, so what is the objective of the scheme? Is it to have a measure? Sorry, let me ask you. So, what are the measurable objectives or outworkings of this scheme?
So it is one that's difficult to measure outcomes for, because things like changing culture are very difficult to measure. But the objective is to support those businesses to better attract and retain women returning to the workforce after a career break. So that does involve changing culture and processes within the organisation. And in terms of outcomes, the program has demonstrated those innovative approaches to supporting women. So one of the ways we can look at whether what it's achieving is the way that businesses change their practices. And so we do observe that they're changing their practices. It's improved workplace facilities and culture. There are some examples of returner programs being established among those businesses. And it does take a regional focus to strengthening opportunities for women in regional areas. So those, I think I mentioned 90 businesses, I think 30 of those are in regional areas. And we can see that businesses have developed resources to help them adopt similar actions. So yeah, it really is, what we can observe is the change in practice of those businesses.
Okay, well, I want to get you to come back on notice with a bit more information about the cost of this scheme, or what sort of engagement you're doing with business chambers, anything else you can provide on measurable objectives, because I think it's quite an interesting idea. Can I also just tack a bit here and ask about the CCS?
About the what? Sorry, can you repeat?
Childcare subsidy.
Oh, sorry. Over to you.
Yeah, can I ask questions about that?
Of course.
Okay, so what is the cost of the CCS this year?
So the government's expected to spend about $10.7 billion this financial year on the CCS.
Yeah, and that's at cutting out as it is currently legislated, right?
That's correct.
And then what's the projected cost under the new proposed scheme?
So as part of the election commitment, the government CCS reforms are, I think, $5.1 billion is what the PBO costed.
That's an addition, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And what is the department projecting is going to be the result of these changes in terms of increased accessibility?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part, increased participation?
Well, increased access,
yeah.
and then participation.
So the department's been working with the Department of Treasury on that, because the Treasury will be responsible for the modelling of the broader economic impacts. I can take on notice whether that can be released, but it's still part of, I think, government deliberations before the budget, so that it may need to wait a little bit until that can come out.
Yeah, obviously one of the challenges in this area is, we can sort of take a narrow short-term view and have a whinge about the issues with staffing, which is a serious issue. But over the long term, I would have thought, measuring these things is more complex and is a more complex calculation. And well, I guess what I'm wondering is, where is the analysis going to be undertaken on the efficiency of that spend, because I think everyone agrees that this is it's important that there is increased expenditure on this front. But is the best solution here ploughing more money through these centres, or is it going to be looking at in-home care and other things like that? So I guess I'm asking you a long-winded question here, but where is the analysis going to be on the efficiency of the increased spend?
So we expect that will be part of what the Productivity Commission will look at as it does its broad review of the sector. That's still being determined, but I think that as part of their investigation, I guess, for want of a better word, they will look at things that will include the current system, what the new reforms will do, and how the system is working broadly across all kind of levels of government, and the various programs that are that form part of the early childhood system.
Okay. So so at the moment, am I right in saying the main programs are preschool 0 to 5 centres? Is that right? Is that the main use of the CCS at the moment?
So the CCS is used up to the age of 13. So there are a lot of families that have children in school care that obviously.
I understand that, but I was just trying to work out what the main use of funds is at the moment.
Yeah, so the main uses are centre-based daycare, which are providing those long daycare hours.
Yeah, so it's long daycare for preschool, right?
It can be preschool, that's right, but preschool is usually for 4 and 5-year-olds, whereas the childcare system outside of that is usually through centre-based daycare.
So, and are you including after-school care in that?
So after-school care is included in the childcare subsidy bucket, if you like, because
I understand that, but I'm asking, in your answer, are you giving me an answer which is inclusive? Are you throwing those in the same bucket, or are you separating those?
No, so I guess I'm including them in the bucket.
Okay, so can you give me a breakdown of the use of the CCS between before a child goes to kinder or prep, depending on which state you're in, and then the proportion of the CCS that then goes on to after-school care and similar services?
Just see if I can find that in my folder.
Okay, you can write on notice if you want. I'm just trying to establish the baseline.
So I can tell you that, so on average, around 59% of children access centre-based daycare, so that would be that 0 to 4, if you like, age group. Around 37% are accessing after-school hours care, so that's probably a 5 to 13-year-old group.
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, so the centre-based daycare is 59%.
Yeah. And
outside of school hours care is 37%. And then we have family daycare, which is another element which provides kind of your longer hours. It's predominantly for 0 to 4-year-olds, and that's 7%.
Okay.
And that's
Can you provide a
children.
notice, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Those statistics, can I just check, Senator Bragg, that was participation of cohorts in care.
That's right, that's
that
for
wasn't the
children.
breakdown of the budget of CCS.
Yeah, well,
I think Senator Bragg is interested in that as
Keen
well.
to get both.
Yes.
Yeah,
We'll take that on notice.
I think I'd like to get both, if that's all right. Okay, because so effectively what's happening at the moment is there is going to be legislation presented to Parliament which is going to expand the CCS. Parliament will have to make a country view on that. But then separately, there's going to be a broader review into the CCS by the PC. Is that right?
That's correct. The PC will look broadly at the early childhood and education sector, of which, of course, the CCS is a major component of that.
Yeah. Okay. So, what would the PC? So, would the department provide PC for the terms of reference?
Sorry, I think you cut out a little bit. You're talking about the terms of reference for the Productivity Commission?
Yeah. Will you provide input on that?
So the department is working with various agencies across the APS and with various officers about those terms of reference. They're still being determined.
And will it look at in-home care?
Currently, the terms of reference are looking at all areas of the early education system, so we expect that in-home care will be part of that.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Senator Bragg. I might do some follow-up questions and then on to a second round of questions. We have another hour. Thank you for the evidence you've given so far and for your willingness to take so many questions on notice. I wondered if I could ask on the childcare system, what is the recommended best level of preschool, if I can use that word, I know different states use different words, for 3 and 4-year-olds. What's the best international practice in terms of hours of participation?
So currently, the Australian Government provides funding to states and territories for 15 hours of preschool per week, which equates to 600 hours over the year. And that's for children attending preschool in the year before they start formal schooling. You might have seen that New South Wales and Victoria have made some recent announcements on what they're looking to do in investing, and they are also considering expanding that to 30 hours. But primarily the role that the Australian Government plays is to provide that funding for the year before formal schooling, and that is for the 15 hours a week, which equates to 600 hours over the year.
And if you could answer my question, what's international best practice? What's the research tell us a child of 3 or 4 would benefits from in terms of preschool?
I think international best practice would say that, and my colleague might be able to provide a bit more detail, but in terms of providing tangible outcomes, it's important that as many children attend and have access to preschool, certainly for 4-year-olds, and I think there is, let me see if I can find some more detail, but I believe that there is evidence, that the best practice evidence would also suggest that the more hours that a child can attend provides them with the best educational pathway through into early learning. And let me check whether I can find any more detail on that.
I might just build on that too, Senator, thank you. So we know that preschool has particular importance for children from disadvantaged families and children who have suffered disadvantage. So a number of the states are introducing 3-year-old preschool as well. The Commonwealth is funding still on the 4-year-old preschool. Part of the measures that we're introducing as part of the preschool reform agreement, so we're in negotiations at the current time with states and territories, and this is for an agreement from 22 to 25, is actually looking at trying to define an outcomes measure, so we actually get to know what is the right dosage at the right age for these children to be attending. International evidence has suggested that the earlier you can get into play-based learning, particularly for disadvantaged children, it can reap benefits in the longer term, and that goes to benefits of, access to a high-quality preschool will benefit in terms of less access, greater educational outcomes and less access to, more of the support services in later life. So we know it has benefits. We're certainly trying to get the year before full-time school right, so we're working with states and territories on what that outcomes can look like. So we actually have a body of information in Australia that can tell us what's best for Australian children. But as we look overseas, certainly we're looking at OECD figures, etc., around what works for disadvantaged children, what works for children aged 3, and what works in the play-based learning as well. So we're actually looking at that now. We're also working with the states and territories in preschool on looking at not just enrolment, which was previously the universal access, but attendance. So in other words, what is it that actually, it's dosage. It's not just around, you may be enrolled for a day or two, but you actually attend, and that's how we're trying to look at the outcomes measurement. So work in progress, long way of answering your question, but we are looking to international precedents as well.
I'm intrigued by your use of the word dosage as a description of preschool. It's a funny, interesting way of referring to any form of education, but
it is,
I understand your point.
Yeah, and it's come into I found it that way too originally, and it's come into the language, I think, probably from the health profession. We are working very closely with a team of experts on the outcomes measure in preschool who have been appointed to provide advice to Minister Ali. And we have a range of experts on there, and some of them are from the health profession. And it's around, what is the right dosage, the right amount of time. So I think we might be hearing a bit more about that too.
I think we're going to be hearing from carers and parents, and there's some evidence in submissions we're receiving about the interface between preschool and other care, whether it's care of grandparents, but especially care in a long day care setting. It's a very painful and poorly functioning interface in my personal experience many years ago. What would be your assessment about how well we're supporting working carers who need more than 4 hours preschool for the care of their children?
Senator, I'd probably need to take that on notice and talk to and have our DSS colleagues involved in that conversation because of their awareness of the caring programs. Certainly one of the issues that has been raised with us is the interface between the play-based scenarios, so, where parents can stay with their children before they actually enter the kind of education system, which is where parents don't stay, and to make sure that there is that, I guess it's often called the soft entry point. Your parents stay and then there's a preschool or more formal childcare environment. It's often been stated that we do need to ensure that those linkages are strengthened so that parents have that trajectory as well. But I would need to take on notice in terms of the carers programs per se. Thank you.
How would you characterise the Australian spend on early childhood education and care? How do we compare as a nation with trading partners, say, in the OECD?
I think we'll have to take that question on notice, Senator.
Good.
Yeah.
How would you characterise... I'm very interested in the detail of that, the rankings internationally, and perhaps some information about how we're tracking over time. Are we improving up the rankings or not? Are we falling down, and how does our spend compare in terms of its character as well, how we spend it across the ages? I'm wondering how you would characterise the relationship between the states and the national government on this area. It's very, it's grown like Topsy, if I can put it like that, hasn't it? And states have very different arrangements, and we have parents managing things very differently in different parts of our country. What's your view about the relationship of cooperation or not between states and the Commonwealth, and are we managing this well as a country?
I think the primary role for the Australian government is to assist with the funding. The state, it's a responsibility of state and territory governments to deliver on preschool and schooling outcomes as well. So I think it's fair to say that we work very well with the states and territories, and we collaborate strongly with them to ensure that the money that is collectively provided into the system is looking to address some of the key reforms that we're trying to achieve through the preschool reform agreement in this context, and particularly around attendance and outcomes and understanding the benefit of preschool on children and their readiness to attend school. So I think the assessment is that we work very strongly with the states and territories. I'm sure we can always do better, but that's a key role for us, is to work collaboratively with them, and there are a number of formal governance mechanisms that we use in order to have both formal discussions and then obviously work informally, multilaterally and bilaterally with the states and territories.
I think just to add to that, Senator, we do have now, you may recall that there's been a communique from the National Cabinet at their meeting on the 31st of August, which is seeking for a national vision. And I think your comment is quite right. There is a plethora of and a myriad of funding arrangements. We've recently heard from New South Wales and Victoria about their significant announcements. And I think what National Cabinet has agreed to do is ensure that we bring this together in a coordinated way, and we're certainly meeting. We have a body of the EMM, the Education Ministers meeting, which will be thrashing some of this out to come to make sure that we are coordinated, and in particular focusing on how we address those workforce shortages that we talked about earlier in the early childhood education and care field, to ensure that that underpins the vision appropriately. So we're looking forward to that work.
I wonder if we could come to the pandemic, and I'll come to your assessment also in employment industrial relations of what the pandemic, what the lessons might be for employment. But in the childcare sector, we had a very interesting experiment for 3 months or thereabouts of free childcare. I wonder what your reflections are on that, on what we learned, and what analysis you have done.
So I think that it's probably fair to say that the pandemic affected women predominantly more than men, just because of the type of work they have and the fact that they usually are the predominant carers, I guess, in an arrangement. And so we know that it was affecting them. So I think the government in 2020, as a little bit before my time when I was in education, introduced what was effectively free childcare for a couple of months. The intent of that policy was to support the viability of the sector, because a lot of parents weren't sending their children to care, or they were being asked not to by state governments by asking them to stay at home, particularly in Victoria. And so the idea was to maintain the sector, to make sure that people weren't leaving the childcare workforce effectively. The government provided additional support for the sector during that time. And the way that the childcare subsidy works is that unless providers charge families what we call the gap fee, they're unable to claim the subsidy from the government. And so if those providers were not charging families, then they wouldn't have earned any income at all through that time. So the government basically kept providing the subsidy to providers, and for those parents that were essential workers, was allowing them to use and access the childcare system, and for those services to be able to maintain that. I think that some of the things that we've learned out of that were, most providers did see a significant drop in number of children attending, despite the fact that childcare effectively was free. I think that was mostly because of, obviously, the requirements that were being put in by the states, the fact that it was really entitled for mostly essential workers rather than for all parents to use. But we found anecdotally, we've had some evidence that some parents used more childcare during that time because they didn't have to deal with the administration side of things, which can sometimes be a little bit complex for some families. Those families that were already in the system either kept using that amount or used less, but we didn't see a huge increase in the usage of childcare during that time. Mm-hmm. Despite what you kind of almost assume to happen because parents were looking after children a lot more.
I'm interested in that issue of administration on the load on households. I understand the research tells us that much of that falls to women, and it's quite a lot of it in managing household arrangements. Is that your perception, that some households do find that onerous, and it is a level of work that's required?
I think it's just another thing families have to do, I guess. But once you're in the system, it's actually quite streamlined and quite simple. The providers generally deal with the kind of the CCS element. Families are provided with obviously reports and accounts and things like that. Most things are done quite electronically, and certainly most families don't have to sort of physically do anything week on week to actually access the system. But it is something else, and as a parent and a mother, that usually does fall to the woman.
Thank you. I just wonder, from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, what your reflections are on the lessons of the pandemic for work and for care.
I can probably make some introductory remarks and then see if others can contribute. So, as I think is well understood, women were disproportionately affected by the COVID pandemic. We saw a large fall in the labour force participation of women, especially in those early months when there was the very rapid switch to homeschooling. But we did, and I should say the impact across sectors was quite varied. So we had sectors like accommodation and food that were, acutely hit by the lockdowns, and women are disproportionately employed in those sectors. We did, though, see strong recovery in sectors like healthcare and social assistance, and you might recall as well there was strong growth in retail sectors like supermarkets. So there were some sectors were growing, some were very strongly affected. But overall, for women, the labour force outcomes bounced back rapidly. And we now have relatively strong labour market conditions, of course, and we have the participation rate for women is just off near record highs. So we have the female participation rate currently at 62.3%, which is still well below the male participation rate of 71%, as at August 22. But that participation rate for women of 62.3% is only slightly lower than the record high of 62.5% in June 2022. But in terms of our programs, many of them were quite disrupted by lockdowns. It made it very difficult to deliver the sorts of assistance to job seekers, for example, that we would normally deliver. I think that the government priorities at the time were making sure people were connected quickly to income support. So DSS might have some reflections on that. And they might also have some reflections on things like domestic violence and the impact of lockdowns on women in that regard.
Thank you.
So in the workplace, certainly we are witness to the pandemic can really test the workplace relations framework on many fronts. So if I just focusing on the particular work and the care element, there are new flexibility need to be injected into the systems and during the pandemic. One example I would say is, for example, the span of the hours. In some of the awards may restrict the employees' work and the care for their child at home. So there are, for example, a temporary variation made to awards to change the span of hours to allow the employees can choose work outside those ordinary hours and to balance their care needs when their child at school were at home schoolings. So that is, I think, it is the most prominent example of how the pandemic can test the work flexibility in the WR systems. I just see whether my colleague Mr. Wettinger also have some stats on how the pandemic can shape in some of the form of the employment.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add to what my colleagues have already outlined, I think what we saw during the pandemic was that casuals were disproportionately impacted as a result of COVID. And as we know, more than 50% of casual employees are women. So we saw a decline of almost 500,000 female workers during the first few months of the pandemic compared to men, which was around that 400,000 mark. We have seen, a fairly, as my colleague has outlined, seen a good bounce back, but absolutely in those first few months, certainly the type of work that women are predominantly in, being that casual work, was impacted the most.
Can I just follow up on that? There's been quite a bit of discussion about the expanded boundaries of work for people who worked at home, and it's often a flexibility thing that workers welcome, but on the other hand, work can grow, its tentacles into your home and expand the hours of work. What are your reflections on that? Is there evidence about that? And do we have any evidence or analysis about working from home and how that has changed is changing as the pandemic effects recede?
Yeah, I might take the details on notice, but I'm aware the PC has done some studies into the work from home, how that impact. As you said, it does provide flexibilities to the employees, but at the same time, they might have a detrimental effect on actually the work and the life balance. And so I can take a further on notice about the particularly PC's studies on that.
Thank you. Senator White.
Yes, no, those questions were mine as well.
Sorry,
That's all right. No. I'm certainly interested in the work from home and whether or not there are studies about whether that does increase flexibility and participation rates. So if there are any studies that you've seen in relation to that, I am interested to see whether that would increase participation rates. But on that, the COVID experience, have you seen any studies or anything that indicates if there was an increase in access to carers' leave or flexible work arrangements during that time? You've talked about the award changes that were made about hours, but I am unsure as to whether that was accessed as much as you might think, because you did have to register in a number of awards to show that you accessed that. And I don't think it was a high level of access, but I'm happy to be corrected. Have you got any other evidence about the access to carers' leave and those arrangements? Have you seen anything further?
No, not I'm aware of, because as all national employment standards, there's no requirement for employee or employer to record on the utilisation of entitlements. But just anecdotally, I would think there will be high access to the personal and the carer leave, that categories, just because of the nature of a pandemic and people contracted with the virus and need to care for child and during unexpected school closure, for example. They all would be generally be permissible occasions for people to use that leave categories. But I haven't seen any official statistics and just record on the access into those leave categories. And I might add the Fair Work Commission's report in terms of the flexible work arrangement provisions, that is the legislative statutory provisions, but also there might be just informal arrangements made between employers and employees and say work and either temporarily or make a permanent arrangement to their workplace arrangement, so that wouldn't be recorded either. But I take on notice to see what I can find, particularly the stats in the last 2 years and compare to the historical trend, see what we can infer from those observations.
So back to that work from home, do you think that maybe it's anecdotal, but there seems to have been a shift towards working from home. It seems to have been more easier. Do you think there's a case for having standard provisions for working from home under the flexibility provisions in the Fair Work Act? Because there's nothing there at the moment.
I'm certainly aware of those suggestions. And in terms of how the current provision works, and I will confirm with my legal colleagues, but my understanding of the provisions of flexible work arrangement, it doesn't strict what type of arrangement is. So if people make a request to work from home, that could well be fall under these provisions. But you are right, there is no separate and a specific right or entitlements currently in the Act and in relation to work from home.
Well, and it brings up all these other issues that I think the Chair has raised about who bears the risk, occupational health and safety, a whole lot of things that people did on the fly. But if it increases workforce participation, I'm sure those issues can be worked around. So I'd just be interested to see if the predominance of work from home has increased significantly and whether or not that would increase participation and the ability to care as well. Can I just ask the Department of Education, do you think that maybe taking JobKeeper away from childcare workers in July 2020 might have had something to do with the increasing of shortages of workers in childcare? Because they were one of the first groups. First group, in fact, they were the first group to lose JobKeeper. And I heard what you said in relation to the, maybe I'm going to answer my own question, but I heard what you said in relation to the subsidy of employers, but and that was what the policy was designed at, but wasn't the taking of JobKeeper away from childcare workers designed to discourage them from being in the sector?
I'll have a go at that one. Certainly not appropriate for me to give an opinion on a government policy as a public servant, Senator, but certainly that is factual, that it was changed. But so far as I understand it, I will defer to my colleague, Ms Acaro. There were arrangements put in place for the support for our services during that COVID time that did encompass support for their workforce as well.
So my recollection, and I can take some notice and confirm, but my recollection is that as part of the ability to claim or get the CCS during that time of free childcare, providers had to commit to not lose staff.
That's right.
So it was kind of a bit of that the payment was almost to encourage providers to continue to pay wages and to support the sector during that time. So that was kind of the rationale, my understanding, but we can take that on notice.
Get more details.
Why don't we find out how that went then? Yeah. Taking money away from people, subsidising their wages, did that help them stay? I'd be interested to see that, because that is... be interested if that was a pivotal point.
I think, Senator,
in the
if we take
decline
that
of
on
participation.
notice, my apologies. If we take that on notice to get you the exact details of how that payment process worked, and my apologies, Ms Caro, you weren't actually in the department at that stage, but yes, very much it was as part of the workforce issues, but we'll take that one on notice. Thank you.
Thanks. And perhaps to the other department, was there a decline in female participation in those other industries that didn't receive JobKeeper during the COVID period of time? So I'm thinking universities, the way in which casuals participated. Has there been any studies in relation to what happened to the women workers in those areas because they didn't get JobKeeper?
Probably that the question probably is most appropriately directed to the Treasury, who manage the JobKeeper payments in terms of the eligibility to JobKeeper and also the utilisation of the JobKeepers.
Sure, but you look at participation rates and who does what jobs. My question is there any correlation between the decrease in participation rates in areas where people were women were unable to access payments?
Senator, I think we could take on notice to provide a sectoral breakdown of the employment numbers from our National Skills Commission colleagues, but I think it would be difficult to attribute cause and effect. But we could certainly provide an indication of the employment trends over that period in those sectors.
Because we're interested, part of what we're doing is what happened during COVID, and were there workforce shifts, and there'd be more than one thing going on, including, there's COVID, clearly, there's working from home, there's industries that couldn't go on, there's job subsidies, there's a whole lot of things. I'm not saying one is definitive, but it'd be interesting to see if there's any correlation with whether people got JobKeeper or not.
Just to clarify, would that the kind of a data will assist in the employment figures and by industry and by employment and form of employment? So the breakdown, full-time, part-time, those breakdown would assist.
We can see what level of detail is available, because once you split it down by sector, it might be then hard to do form of employment as well, but we can see what's available in terms of those trends. Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
Just picking up on a point arising from yours, Senator White, the French have a law, as I understand it, the right to disconnect, and some enterprise agreements in Australia have that provision also now. I think Victorian Police have a provision like this in their enterprise agreement. I hope I've got that right. I'm wondering what your view is. It's the right of a worker to turn off their technology when they're outside their formal hours of work, to deal with that boundary question. Might even be relevant for some public servants in the room, who knows. But I just wonder what your view is about a possible legislative reform which would give some protection, if we're going to work more flexibly, that allows people to disconnect in order to be effective carers. And of course it's very relevant for many men and fathers who do long hours.
So, Senator, I'm not here to express my views on certain policies. As I said, all I say is I'm certainly aware of those international practice and the legislation frameworks, and aware the relevance of that in the current labour market, and as the workplace evolve, and in terms of whether to make relevant amendments to that, it's a matter for the government. But I think it is a relevant topic and is we are considering.
Great. And have you done any analysis on such a provision and how it might work in the Australian context?
I think we do monitor about, as I said, the flexibility required, and the people's and when they work and how long they work, and where they're available to work. I think they're all interrelated, and the topics, and as I will refer to my answer, just to provide it, it's all part of I think the contextual things we need to take into account to develop and policies and the legislations. It could be right to disconnect, or could be provide more flexibilities, but need to keep it balanced.
When we think about gender roles in Australian society and the low level of participation, for example, of most Australian fathers in taking paid parental leave, we often focus on men and paid parental leave, but I think hours of work are also very significant in the Australian context, with Australian men, a proportion of them doing long hours. I wonder if you can tell us, or could you provide us with an analysis of hours of work by men and women, particularly focusing on men who do longer hours, so we can see what that proportion is like and how it is tracking over time, because it certainly impacts on who does the domestic work and the care at home.
Yeah, I might see whether my colleague has the data here, but there are ABS publications that we can use and to estimate and the average hours men and women work.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I will need to take that one on notice to get that specific data set for you.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Just maybe my recollection of the data is a few years out of date, and I think if my recollection is full-time male employees probably work more on average 4 hours more than female full-time employees. But that, as I said, my recollection is a few years and maybe a few years out of date, and we'll get to the latest figure for you.
Be very interested in receiving that. I think it's an issue for us to think about as a committee, and of course part of that analysis, if it's available, might separate paid long hours of work from unpaid. That would be of interest to us also, I suspect. And I'm wondering whether you could also, you're approaching the last lap, so thank you for sticking with it. It's a long session. Whether you could tell us how enterprise bargaining has enabled dealing with work and care challenges for Australian workers. We heard at the Jobs and Skills Summit that only, I think now, 11% of the workforce is covered by enterprise agreements, but have they facilitated, in terms of their provisions on work and family, the reconciliation of work and care for Australian workers, or have they not?
See whether my colleague has any figures about the enterprise coverage.
So I think just to clarify that we know that there's around 14.7% of employees covered on current, not expired enterprise agreements. In terms of the reflection on provisions to reflect work and care, I won't have that level of granularity right now, but very happy to take that on notice.
Great, thank you. We look forward to receiving that, and also perhaps a bit of an indication of how that's changed over time. I think our nature of agreements has probably changed quite a bit in recent years, so that would be useful. And I'm wondering also whether you could give us, you mentioned casual workers, Ms Weddinga, before, and about their access, how gendered that form of work is. I think it might be useful for the committee to have an analysis about the availability of leave across the Australian workforce, leave, personal and carers leave, access to paid parental leave, which varies according to your form of employment. I think that would be useful to have by gender, if possible.
Yeah, sure. That absolutely we can do that. Yeah.
Just to clarify, you after the utilisation of those leaves by gender, or the legislative entitlements?
I think we understand the legislative entitlements. It's whether they are available, what proportion of the workforce, for example, have access to personal and carers leave, to paid parental leave, to unpaid carers leave, and so on. We have submissions before us, for example, that are arguing that Australian workers might be benefited by separating carers leave from personal leave.
Okay.
So it'd be very useful for us as background to considering that, to know the incidence of the availability of that leave, and whether it's used or not would also be useful if you're able to help with that.
Okay, so we see what the data is able to provide, inform that and those questions.
Thank you very much. You're going away with a long list of possible responses, which we will be eager to receive. And Senator Bragg, I wonder if you have any further questions out there.
I have no further questions, thank you, Chair.
I think Senator Askew had no further questions. Senator,
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thanks
for their evidence.
Yes, thank you for your evidence. There's, anything from you?
No.
Okay, well, I can't let go without one more question, and that's around programs. Many years ago, we had quite active programs to assist women to participate in the labour market. I'm thinking of the JET program, for example, many years ago in the 90s, I understand, which was very active, supportive, educational, childcare and work participation programs, probably relatively expensive per person, but they did have, as I remember their evaluations, a real impact on the participation of women. So I'm curious about whether you have any evaluation or any intentions around improving or growing that kind of program. And the other thing I'm interested in is, given the expansion we're expecting in transition employment as we decarbonise, is there any effort to set targets or to encourage the participation of women in those kind of growth skills and employment opportunities? There was some discussion about that in this room by the National Electrical Contractors Association in relation to the Jobs and Skills Australia Bill, where he made the point that people who do apprenticeships for women often come into it older, in their mid-20s, to take on that kind of training, but we need gateways and support if we're really going to lift from the current 1 or 2% of electricians, for example, that are women in Australia. So what efforts have you afoot on programs that help make those things happen?
Mm-hmm. So firstly, on the JET program, I am aware of it. I'd have to take on notice more detail about it, whether there's any evaluation evidence available. So happy to provide that to the committee. On the second one about decarbonising, that might be a question best directed to Department of Industry. However, I think my skills colleagues have provided information about a Women in STEM program which might be relevant. So there is a Women in STEM cadetships and advanced apprenticeship program, I believe, which supports women working in paid employment to undertake higher education study in a STEM field. at a cost of $25.1 million from 2021 to 24-25. So I am aware of that one. I don't know if we have anything else.
In addition, this is something for the skills area, but there are the new energy apprenticeships program. I don't have any detail at hand, but we could get some information on that. And there are some additional fee-free TAPE places which have been announced recently. They give priority to young people, people out of work and unpaid carers, and provide a pathway to enter the workforce or to up skills. So there are programs like that which our skills colleagues are responsible for, but we could get more information if you need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we're ready to liberate you. Thank you so much for your evidence and for your time and for the time that you're going to give us in the future in responding to the questions that we have. I'm sure all senators join me in thanking you for your appearance. We look forward to getting answers on questions on notice, hopefully by the 29th of September 2022, so in a few weeks. We'll now suspend for 10 minutes and resume around 10:40. We've actually got a bit longer time than that, but I most sincerely thank you for your efforts in coming here and giving us your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Convene, and it's my pleasure to welcome Professor John McCallum of National Seniors Australia. Professor McCallum, would you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask questions?
Senator, I would, and myself and our board, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. National Seniors Australia is a not-for-profit advocacy organisation that surveys views and experiences of older Australians and advocates in national policy formation on the basis only of those views and sentiments. Our submission to the committee was drawn from very recent research in which of over 4,000 older Australians, and they expressed their facts about their life and their sentiments about unpaid informal caregiving and a number of categories of that. National Seniors is advocating for 4 policy actions related to work and care based on that evidence. We do have that evidence as a basis for the issues we're advocating on. Number 1, we support extending eligibility of carer payments, increasing the rate of that payment, increasing the earnings allowed before losing that payment. Carers who participated in our survey spent an average of 26 hours a week caring. That's across the whole, a lot of people caring. Over half provided medium to high care, with 1/6 providing very high level care at home. Yet most carers have not accessed care plans or government support despite their need for this. People undertaking unpaid care often face financial stress because of loss of earning capacity, and these measures are needed to help alleviate that stress. The current eligibility criteria, we think, are also too narrow. Some respondents who had accessed government support specifically called for changes to the carer payment eligibility to enable them to work while being able to rely on payment as well. And Senators may be aware we've been working on that issue for pensioners as well. The Royal Commission initiated a shift from caring of older people in residential facilities to caring for them at home, and that will come with a very large increase in unpaid care labour from family and friends. We acknowledge the issues in respite care, but professional home care services will not be able to cover all that is required, and it's even more of concern in the current significant workforce shortage, which shows no quick ending. Expanding and increasing care entitlements would recognise this reality and would be a useful way to repurpose government funds which would be saved in the future because the increases in requirements for residential care would be slower. So that's the first point. Second point, we support increasing paid care leave entitlements for carers who work by separating care leave from personal leave, and I think this one's sort of a fairly clear case. The current system of combined sick leave and care leave under personal leave disadvantages carers. If they use personal leave for care responsibilities, the amount of paid care leave they have for their own, and sick leave is reduced compared to non-carers. And that's of concern because we know carers are more likely to have illness because of the stress and physical nature of the work they're doing, the lack of respite in certain phases of life at least. So the third point is compensating carers, especially women, for foregone earnings and superannuation. We do a lot of work on superannuation. We do it jointly with Challenger, the large annuity firm, who are a benevolent funder of that research. And I think the case for this is pretty clear again. If you miss out on work, you miss out on super. Super is not a welfare benefit. Something else has to be done to cover that base. I don't think it can be done through super even if we wanted that. I think super is better as it is, and we have to work around that to support people who miss out. So often people providing care to an adult, such as a partner or parent, are themselves older and therefore at the peak of their working lives in terms of earning capacity and capacity to accumulate super. By leaving work at that time, their financial sacrifice is great and the punishment is later in life, seriously, particularly for women. Solutions must be found to this disadvantage, and the loss of individuals to the Australian economy is a real concern. So finally, we want to talk about grandparents, which fall particularly in a slightly different category. Grandparents' care often enables parents of younger children to work, therefore benefiting the economy and their children. Many grandparents undertake unpaid care very willingly, but some survey respondents reflected on the financial costs to them and time demands of providing care. These costs are especially high when the children or parents have high need levels, but caring puts a financial strain on grandparents, or when grandparents themselves leave paid work to provide unpaid care. So we should remember that people do work in later life. Our survey participants have reported instances of all these scenarios and their struggles with them. Again, there's a gendered dimension to this, with multiple care roles disadvantaging older women. The committee might consider whether or not the high levels of care provided at the extreme end of grandparenting spectrum warrant some financial support, but there are other options available, including expanding some of the call centres and helplines that are there. That one applies to parents and children and not to grandparents. There is also a small option that the Queensland Government has set up, with a call centre type option for grandparenting. We support these changes with a longer view on social targets, which we want to see in future intergenerational reports. This is not just a governmental spending exercise, it's essential to achieving social well-being as well as economic well-being. And Senator, I'll stop my statement there. Excuse me if I just have a drink of water, I've got to dry through it.
Thank you for being here, Professor McCallum, and thank you for the rich resource you've provided to the committee in terms of very recent large research reports. As a grandparent, I have to say I found them a very interesting read to see the contribution of carers to the economy, including grandparents, but other people as well. I might go to you first, Senator White.
So do you think that the childcare policy that the government has announced is likely to help grandparents because it's likely that more children will go into childcare?
That's a tricky question for someone who's dealing with the elderly. Possibly yes, if it works in the right way and people are substantially funded to do it, to make it worthwhile. That would be it. I think the grandparenting is a little bit of a different category. You know, it's very much in family, in community, and I think people don't expect to be paid for that. The troubles begin when they have too much pressure on them or the family itself is in distress and there's a lot of pressure on the grandparenting that is not healthy.
Because I noticed that, yes, in your submission you said that grandparents often take up the slack out of hours when there's shift workers and a range of other things, and that there isn't often services that cover that. Is that, they won't be all of them, but it might be that they take up the slack in more difficult non-conventional circumstances, is that?
Definitely, that's the evidence we have. Yeah. And people do that willingly, but there's a burden. and a cost.
Yeah, I read your submission and some of the comments, the sort of subsidy for from people on pensions to the children, to their grandchildren is pretty significant.
It is.
It's a burden, but a delight in both ways. I can see.
My comment would be, I think that, as I said, grandparenting takes us into a slightly different domain.
Yeah.
But the expectation that older people not working is not helpful, and people do leave work to help with grandchildren.
They do. Yeah. Or take less work to help.
Take less work. Yeah.
And if I switch to carers more generally, I think the points that you made about breaking up personal leave and carers leave are significant points because it's sort of one and the same. Have you got any statistics from your membership or from the research that you've done that suggests what percentage, so carers would use in carers leave for out of their personal leave?
So they'd probably be largely out of my domain of research, which is 50 plus and typically a median age of over 70. So I think we'd have to look elsewhere for that.
Okay. And in relation to the point about policy shift to in-home care, again, the point that you made about having the services and the workforce shortages, the trouble is you've got workforce shortages in residential care and in home care, haven't you? What do you think are the main drivers of those shortages, or if you have an opinion on that?
The unions say pay, and that's right. If you're being paid $22 or $23 an hour doing home care, which was all that was required, many providers certainly don't pay that low wage, or they wouldn't have care workers. So there's that side of it, that it's not well paid until there's a pay increase, which is, I think, coming. And also that it's really there's been a very negative perspective on the whole aged care sector following the Royal Commission, which in a way was justified. But the cost of that is people don't find it attractive as a form of work. And there's a range of other factors. The training system behind it is not working, so that the vet and other trainers, that needs to be brought into play. And anything we think we're going to change, unless we have trained people doing it, it's not going to be for the best. So it's a whole sort of range of things. Yeah. I'm on the Aged Care Workforce Council, and the issues there are very significant. They're not everywhere. They're in places, and within same organisation will be going okay somewhere and terrible somewhere else. So it's a sort of range of local circumstances that make that very difficult.
And certainly to supplement, the paid carers, I would presume that it's desirable, but that the paid carers are consistent and know the person they're dealing with, because it's a very personal job that you have to perform, and hence why often, as you've highlighted, family members do it. What other measures do you think clearly pay, you've said? Is there other measures for the paid care workforce that you think is incredibly important to supplement and ease the burden on the family carers?
So, I mean, this is not at all being negative, but I think all of us would want to have the same cleaner coming in rather than a different one every week. It's that sort of thing, isn't it? It's very natural. It becomes critical when people are frail or people have dementia of various kinds of that category of illnesses. So that becomes then a significant problem. The problem is, with the workforce, if you can get somebody on the job, then that's what you do. So we're going to have to work further on that. I think we have not done the training at all well, and that's because of, I think, in part, frailties in the vet system. So some of the major providers I know, for example, Australian Unity have set up their own RTO, and that's an effective one because they can do their on-the-job training, which is critical. We will always lag, really, in getting these things right until the workforce is there.
Yeah. And I'm interested in the points you make about superannuation that is, that the burden is not just burden, that's the wrong word, but it's the effect on the carer is not just losing income, but 30 years hence or 20 years hence, they've lost a lot of money in superannuation because they weren't in the workforce. Can you expand on the sort of things that you think are required in the superannuation system to even up the situation for carers?
It's 30 years in July since Super started, and it was designed to be your money that you owned but put aside for you so that it was a guarantee for later life. There was no other qualifications in the sense of, if you weren't able to work or didn't work, that you would get something else. So that's really the starting point. The differences between men and women in our most recent survey are of the order of 10% in terms of their capacity to have enough money to work. So that's a very, very significant penalty for providing care in later life, and through your life really is the critical thing. And I think at the point of time when you're saying, I'll go and help with the kids and I'll take a bit of time off, I don't think people think too hard about that. None of us think too hard about superannuation. It sort of happens. So there's I really don't know what the simple solution to that is, but it's unfair and that something has to be done.
Well, as you say, people take on the caring responsibilities and then realise what the impact is some years later. Just if I could quickly turn to the Jobs and Skills Summit, is there anything that came out of that summit that the government's committed to that you believe will help carers?
I think there was a very strong women's dimension to that, and I think if that goes to work, it will really help. But it will then cause, if you like, a requirement to meet other sort of issues which we're raising, so that the workplace is a place where carers can be a carer and have a reasonable life, for example, and other factors, of course, that are negative, if you like, for people who are providing care.
And if I just quickly turn to people who are in the workforce, then who are doing carers, who are seniors but who are doing care work, are they? What are you hearing from those people about the flexibilities in the Fair Work Act and how easy those are to access?
I'd have to take that on notice, just because it's aligning with the Fair Work Act that I have to really think about. But, I mean, generally speaking, people in that category are very active.
Yeah.
So it would align with the fact that the most volunteers are also, most people who are volunteers are also working. So that's the sort of personality you've got working in that category. But then if you get into where the children are in need, or there's a child with very significant needs, that changes the scenario.
That's great. Thank you. Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg might have just stepped out for a moment. And I'm not sure if Senator Askew is with us just at this moment. Right. Please feel free to go ahead, Senator Askew.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much for your time today, Professor McCallum. It's interesting to hear from you, especially from the seniors' perspective. And I'd like to continue on with the grandparents theme. You were talking about the emotional, I suppose, the impacts that they feel, not just financial, and I notice in your papers and submission, you talk about emotionally and physically exhausting, and there's some pretty heart-wrenching comments quoted in those. I just wonder if you could expand a little bit. You talked about expanding the call centres and helplines that are available. What would you like to see them providing for grandparents?
So I think I've started out my conversation on this one is that it's a different domain of caring in many ways. It is in-house, it's in family, it's in community. I think people do get trapped, people do get caught up in things that are making them unhealthy. So there's got to be some sort of point. People don't ask for government help typically either, which they can get in some of those circumstances. So I think maybe the first port of call is making people aware of what is available. and to be able to use that so that they can balance, you know, if you like, a fair work in grandparenting. I think the call centre idea is, and some contact is that, you know, when you are at a point of criticality, if you like, in that balance of your life and grandparenting, there is somewhere to call and talk. And I think that's been recognised in very minor ways at the moment. I think, you know, the sort of digital world is not necessarily the world of grandparenting either.
And that's a very good point. So would you envisage that there'd be some sort of counselling available to them, or advice in regard to what other services are available to them?
Certainly, and that's what people are not doing, so they're suffering along without things that they could actually get help with.
And I'm not sure what respite is available for grandparents. There doesn't seem to be a lot at this point to be able to assist them to have that downtime or rest. Is there anything that you'd like to see in that area?
I don't know of any respite care for grandparents. I do know respite care for people of above age and who are in need of care. That's where I think, you know, try to work this through with the family and community in some sort of way where there's, if you like, some outside advice and help, even just changing some of the routines that people have and so on can help.
Okay, that makes sense. There's certainly benefits, obviously, that do come from this sort of type of care, and I think there's, you know, as we can all respect, it's having that extra time with grandchildren. Do you think that it's really, is it more women that are doing this, the female support roles, rather than males, or what was your thoughts there?
That is interesting. Men are more or less slightly less involved, but you'll find that when men are solo in later life, they are less likely to be the carers. So it's women leading as a couple, if you like, in those care. And I think, you know, men do different things, and some of those things are not entirely valuable when that's all there is.
Okay, that's interesting. So have you got some statistics around that sort of show what the percentages would be?
Yes, it is. It's in our grandparenting report, and I think it might be in one of the papers we have.
Yeah, I have had a quick look through that report, but I haven't got right through it, so that would explain that. So it's from a perspective of grandparents, and do you think that there should be some sort of remuneration for, they are saving, in most cases, the childcare budget? What would your thoughts be around that?
I mean, I think there's virtue in you know, volunteering for grandparenting as a grandparent. I think people value that. When it's working well, it's a rewarding thing for people to do. It does take time. When it's not working well, that's where we need to bring some things into play. And I think it's hard to disturb the nature of grandparenting with payments and so on, and very probably not the highest priority in terms of that caregiving category for payments. I mean, there are other areas where they're probably more critical. So that's why I think the obvious starting point is with advice and help, particularly in the case that people don't apply for things they can get.
Okay.
So I'm not negative to that, I'm just saying there have to be priorities in this game.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And obviously, I mean, some grandparents do still work part-time or on reduced hours, which does make it a lot harder. So is there some sort of recommendation in that area with regard to increasing the amount of work that they can do, or without actually losing other benefits, like carers payments?
Well, you know, this will be only my own personal view. I think there are people who can balance that and you know, they buzz around and that works fine for them. It's when the case becomes difficult in terms of the demand for the grandparenting is higher than reasonable, and that's where we need to bring other things into play.
Okay. So just going away from thank you for that, just going away from the grandchildren, there's still a lot of seniors that are still looking after adult children as well, so in some cases people with disability and so on. Is there any specific areas? Because I know that in that realm there's a huge concern about what's going to happen to my child when I'm no longer here. So is there some sort of suggestion that you think that we could put forward to support those sort of parents?
I mean, that cuts across the NDIS territory, and I don't think there's any simple answer to that at the moment. I don't know of one. I haven't. I have to confess that it's not an area that I've done research in because it's a little bit out of our domain, because they're looking after disabled younger children. Typically, I guess we all know people who are doing that.
That's exactly right. It's quite a common thing, and not everybody is supported through the NDIS, so they're still dealing with the impact with the community involvement, but also worrying about their children long term.
Yes.
Okay. That's probably all I have in the seniors area, but if that's all right, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Askew. And I'm assuming Senator Bragg will come online if he wants to add a question. I wondered if I can just offer a couple of things, recognising our time is limited. Are there any insights you can offer us around First Nations communities and the role that older First Nations people play in the care of families, grandparenting care and so on? Any particular issues that we should know about?
So I'm only able to comment on this indirectly. I haven't directly run surveys on that because it's something that has to be done properly and done well. The category, particularly in more remote communities, is that the older First Australians are community leaders, regardless of their physical health and state, and that typically is something that's respected and gives them a status. One of the problems, I guess, that we know with that the banks, particularly the Commonwealth Bank, have been dealing with is the humbugging of older people and their pensions or their payments for child abuse in previous times. So that's something that's being dealt with really pretty well by banks in a way who are recognising that. Beyond that, it's unless you're in that domain, it's a little hard to make comments.
I do take from your submission a really clear message about the level of care that's being provided by seniors in Australia. It's very large and it has a huge economic impact. You're clearly arguing that from your survey and your materials.
Yes.
And you're also in your verbal evidence distinguishing between voluntary and conscript parental, grandparental care.
Yes.
It seems very distinctive, those two things. Your propositions around separating personal from carers leave, do you, is part of that proposition an expansion in the overall level of leave? So 10 days of each, is that implicit in what you're saying?
For people who qualify, necessarily that would have to be.
Right, okay. And in the superannuation system, I mean, is it your proposition really that it's built around not caring over the life cycle? Because as soon as you step out into part-time work to care or out of the labour market, the penalty cuts in. So is it your view that that system is anti-caring in a way, in its economic impact?
I think that's, in that particular domain of it is. But it is a system set up that it's your money, it's your working money, it's a guarantee, you're not going to do that yourself, so we'll do it for you until you get to later life, and then I think the burdens on the public, if we didn't do that, would be quite enormous. And the need that would be unmet because people haven't saved money would be very high. So yes, it is, but it's sort of, it is what it is, if you see what I mean, and yeah.
So is it your view then that the pension for many people who won't accumulate enough super over their working life, maintenance of a livable pension is an important part of our architecture for working carers?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, well, I think that's our time. I want to thank you very much for the very substantial submission that you've provided for us. Thank you for your appearance as well, your time today. And if there are any questions on notice that arise from what we've asked you, if we could have your answers by the 29th of September, that'd be much appreciated. And we'll thank you for your time.
It's a privilege to be here, thank you.
Great. I'm giving myself a KPI on time. 11, 10, 3 minutes. Okay. You settle in there, thank you. I now welcome Ms Samantha Page of Early Childhood Australia. Ms Page, would you like to draw breath as you, would you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask you questions?
Lovely, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and such an important inquiry that you're holding. By way of background, Early Childhood Australia is a national network of early childhood professionals and service providers, but they give us the mandate to talk on behalf of children. So our advocacy is about the best interests of children, the rights of children, and in particular the right of children to high quality play-based early education and care. So it's a pleasure to make a submission, and apologies we hadn't submitted in advance, but I have just provided the Secretariat with a copy of our submission. And we'd like to start with a focus on building the workforce for tomorrow. So the role of early childhood education and care is really important in terms of children's start to their education journey. We believe that universal access to high quality early childhood education and care benefits all children, but it particularly benefits those at risk of poor educational attainment. 1 in 5 children currently start school developmentally vulnerable. That increases to 2 in 5 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. We just don't believe that's acceptable. We support the Alice Springs Declaration on Education in setting goals for the system to promote excellence and equity and to ensure that all children, all young Australians rather I should say, become confident and creative individuals, successful lifelong learners and active and informed members of their community. But to achieve these goals, we need to start in the early years. 90% of brain development happens before children turn 5. It's really important that our early education and care is of the highest quality. And for children, particularly from birth to 3 that do attend early childhood settings, we need our very best educators, providing rich learning environments for them and secure attached relationships so that they feel safe and they're nurtured and they're provided with lots of diverse learning experiences. But it's really from the age of 3 that children benefit from being in settings, quality early learning settings with other children, because they learn not only from educators and teachers but also from the other children that they participate in those programs with. And at the moment we're not doing very well in terms of the participation of children from the age of 3. We have good rates of participation for children at 4 and 5 before they transition to school because of the work done under the National Partnership Agreement on preschool. But we lag behind other developed countries when it comes to access for children at the age of 3. And we'd really like this committee to understand the importance of that, which we articulated in more detail in the submission, and we've made a number of recommendations. One of our recommendations is to look at a new funding model for remote and complex environments, and particularly for Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, and we support SNAIC's leadership in this space, and I understand they've also made a submission to the inquiry. We also support the adoption of a 3-day guarantee, which has been articulated in the Centre for Policy Development report Starting Better, and that is suggesting that children from the age of 3 really should have at least 3 days a week of access to high quality early education and care. We'd also like to see the preschool reform agreement extended to children from the age of 3. That's really driving collaborative work between the federal government and the states and territories in that space. And we'd like firmer commitments to lifting participation rates for vulnerable cohorts, which includes Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, but also children with additional needs and developmental concerns, children living in rural remote areas and children from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. We think those children are particularly at risk of missing out. Our second area of focus in our submission is women's workforce participation, and I was lucky to be at the Jobs and Skills Summit, and I'd like to give credit to Danielle Woods for her opening keynote, where she noted that Australia ranks 38th in the world on women's workforce participation, despite having world-leading levels of female education. This is a significant inhibitor on our economy and a major opportunity to address this. I agreed and enjoyed her assessment that if untapped women's workforce participation was a massive iron ore deposit, we would have governments tripping over themselves or lining up to give tax concessions to get it out of the ground. That's what we need in terms of investment in early childhood education and care in order to support families' workforce participation, but we know particularly women's workforce participation. The review of the government's childcare package tells us that there are still a number of barriers to that. One of those is the activity test. The activity test is keeping a lot of families with tenuous workforce participation out of subsidised early childhood education and care. We have quite a specific proposal about collapsing the bottom 2 levels of the activity test so that all children can have 36 hours a fortnight rather than, 36 hours a week rather than the current 12 hours a week. Tripping up my weeks and fortnights. But we think that that would remove a barrier. Particularly, we've always felt that the activity test is back to front. Families need to settle children into early childhood education and care in order to take particularly casual work and short-term contracts, not the other way around. So we shouldn't be treating workforce participation as a prerequisite. We should be seeing early childhood education and care as an enabler, particularly for women returning after having a child and needing to re-establish themselves in the workforce. We support the Labor government's increase to childcare subsidies, but reiterate that without addressing the activity test, we won't see the full benefit of that, because it is the low-income households who have the most difficulty regaining their foot into work, and that's where the activity test is presenting a barrier. The other barrier is the thin markets that we have in certain areas. So many of you will have seen the Mitchell Institute report on oasis and deserts in long day care particularly. We have areas of oversupply and areas of undersupply, and at an even more complex level we have the undersupply of certain age groups. So there are fewer baby places in the system than there are places for preschool age children, and that's because the subsidy is a flat benchmark fee and doesn't account for the higher cost of delivery to babies. So what we really think is there needs to be a stewardship approach to how the services are provided across the country, and to address areas where there is currently undersupply, either undersupply of services completely or undersupply particularly of places for younger children. We also support the extension of paid parental leave, and that's in order to support families to balance and make decisions about when they are, what time they're spending at home with young children. We know the benefits to young children of having parents at home for as long as possible, and we support adding superannuation to paid parental leave to address the motherhood penalty that's been well documented in other literature. And lastly, we wanted to talk a little bit about balancing work and care. We know that this is an area of challenge for families with young children. If we have a strong, universal basis of early childhood education and care, we can add lots of programs to that. So we can add support to families with parenting, we can add literacy and language development programs, and also address early intervention. There's a huge cost of late intervention. If children start school behind their peers, they tend to stay behind their peers. It's very hard to catch them up, but there's enormous opportunity to provide good quality early intervention services before children begin school, and we would reap the benefits both in terms of better support for families experiencing those difficulties and more workforce participation outcomes. So that's a bit of a rapid summary of our submission, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms Page. We now have a copy of your submission, so thank you for that and for your time. I'll go to Senator Bragg first, who has some questions for you. He's online. Lovely.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep, good.
Yeah, great. Look, thanks very much for being here today. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about your view on the current system we have, where we think that a large proportion of the CCS does go through the centres for preschool children. Do you have a particular view about the efficiency and productivity of that system?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Of the entire childcare subsidy system, or specifically in relation to preschool?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd be interested in, if you have a broader view as well, but I'm interested in, we heard evidence this morning that the bulk of the CCS, in terms of the proportion of people, goes through to the preschool sector, as opposed to it being used for after-school care, for example. So I just wondered if you had a view about those two sectors, perhaps.
So the bulk of childcare subsidy would be paid to long day care services, which would be providing a preschool program as part of the offering. But it's the reason so much of the subsidy would go to that part of the sector is because children are in there for a lot longer in terms of hours. So they're in there. So they're generally attending 2 or 3 days a week, and the session times are generally 11 hours a day, and that's to give families flexibility at the beginning and the end of the day. So children wouldn't actually attend 12 hours a day, but some families need to drop off early and some families need to pick up late, so the service as a whole operates across that long day period in order to provide that flexibility to families. But it's really about the number of hours that children spend in long daycare compared to outside school hours that would result in the outcome that you're talking about in terms of the majority of the childcare subsidy going to long daycare. I think going forward, with the government committed to funding 90% of a universal system, then a subsidy voucher system probably doesn't make sense. There are alternative funding models that would make more sense and be more efficient.
So what do you think? So that's really my question. So, I mean, given that most preschool children are in the, as you say, long daycare centres, what are the other alternative approaches we could deploy here?
Other approaches to funding, specifically, or?
Well, I mean, let's imagine that there was a pocket of funding, which is, I mean, I think the department said today it was about 10 billion, but that's covering more than just preschool. That's covering after school care and everything else. But let's just imagine we had an envelope of, I don't know, $10 billion for preschool, for long day care, as you call it. What would be the best bang for buck? Because I mean, it just seems to me we are very reliant upon these centres, and they do seem to be having some labour shortages at the present time, which shouldn't be an excuse for not doing things. So I was just wondering what other options we might be able to deploy.
Yes, it's a good point. I'm sorry I didn't cover. We do have some recommendations in our submission about workforce shortages as well. I was worried I was taking up too much of the committee's time. But
I don't have your submission, sorry,
Yeah, no, but you're absolutely correct. There are significant workforce shortages happening in the early childhood sector at the moment. And I think the total spend on early education, if we include the spending from the states and territories on preschool programs, as well as the parent contribution through fees, is closer to $12 to $14 billion, I've seen estimated, that we spend in this country on early education. And so could we get a better deal for that investment? I think, yes, we could. I think we should move more towards a funding model like the school system, and this concerns some people in the early childhood sector when I say that, because I'm not suggesting that we just put early childhood education into schools or deliver it in the same way that we deliver schools. That's not what I mean. But I do think children should have a right of access. And services should be funded to provide that access. We shouldn't be relying on private sector decision making about whether services are available in one community or another. We really should be taking a much more proactive approach to that, planning services and where they're needed, predicting population changes and making sure we have the services where families need them. And I think if you had more of a direct funding model and you were basing that on population levels expected of children, you could do that. We are, however, very reliant at the moment on private sector investment in long day care centres particularly, but also in services such as outside school hours care. And there may well be another model whereby that capital equity can stay in the system. So in terms of owning the buildings and owning the property stays as a mixed model. But we could fund the wages of educators and teachers more directly through a funding model more similar to a school system whereby children have a right of access, a certain volume of delivery is available in every area, and we have a more direct line of sight between the public investment and the wages paid to educators and teachers.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, there does seem to be a lot of similarities between this privatised model and the superannuation scheme, which is also very inefficient in some ways. And I wonder sometimes if the public investment would just be better going directly into the establishment of publicly run, organisations in some form. So I'll be interested in your. Have you done any economic analysis to support this proposition?
Not yet. We are having lots of conversations. There's some very interesting international dialogues going on about funding models for early childhood education and care. Good Start had some professors from the Netherlands and the UK in the country last week that we were lucky enough to meet with. Paul Lesserman, for example, from the Netherlands, and looking at different approaches to funding, particularly where you do have a mixed market of private and public delivery. And I think we will have that for a while in Australia because we are so heavily reliant on the private sector investment. But where government can be have a much stronger presence in setting the values and the requirements of the service delivery, the quality standards, and the way services are provided, and more control over the wages that are paid to educators and teachers.
Okay. So look, I don't want to. I know you're busy and you've got lots on, so I don't want to burden you with too many dreadful questions. I noticed, but what would be kind of good to get is a sense of, okay, we've got a funding envelope of $12 billion. Here's what we're currently getting for that, with this kind of hybrid, heavily reliant upon the childcare providers model, and then what would be. What could we get if we had a more direct payment or a more direct approach of doing it through the public auspices, under the auspices of the public system in some form? And I think that's where I have a lot of interest, because it's very clear that there's a lot of money sloshing around, and it's. I'm pleased to hear you're sort of doing some work in that. So maybe over the term of this inquiry, you'll be able to give us some advice on how you think that could be done.
It's certainly work that we want to do leading into the planned Productivity Commission inquiry next year, and I know a lot of others are also considering, what work needs to be done in order to help inform that process and give some suggestions. It's a big piece of work. I'm not sure I can get it done in the time period that you're looking for, but we could certainly we could certainly put some ideas forward.
No, I understand that, Ms. Page. I just make the point to you that the Parliament will have to consider legislation on some of these matters. I imagine in the next sort of 6 months on the changes to the CCS. Mm-hmm. And we'll be doing that in isolation of having all this other information. So, I mean, although while I am personally supportive of expanding the CCS, I am obviously cautious because there are structural issues here that haven't been resolved, and we're sort of cherry picking one thing out of it ahead of doing the broader piece of work and analysis. And so I think your contribution here will be very much valued.
Thank you. That's terrific to hear. And you're right. I mean, we have said this in the submission. We absolutely support the increase to the childcare subsidy rates, but we won't realise the full benefit of that until we address the activity test barriers. We are at risk of exacerbating disadvantage for those children that are missing out, and we also won't get the full benefit of the increase of the childcare subsidy rates unless we address the workforce shortages.
All right. Well, thanks, Chair. Look, just before I sign off, I mean, if you could provide as much as you can on notice about the alternative options here for the expenditure, I think that'd be much appreciated.
Thank you, Senator Bragg, and I totally second what you've asked for there. I think the committee would find that incredibly useful, even if it's not fully developed, even if it's in broad brush strokes, what the options are and setting out your scheme. If I go to Senator White.
So I just want to ask you about workforce shortages. I just quickly looked at your paper about that. Can you just sort of outline what the current state is and state of the shortages and whether you saw it get worse during the COVID time?
Yes, it certainly. COVID did exacerbate existing workforce shortages. So there were workforce shortages before COVID, but we've seen many of those shortages double and triple in terms of seriousness as a result of COVID. So we have higher rates of job vacancies, high rates of turnover rates. Some providers, suggesting that their turnover rate's gone from, say, 12% to 20 or 30%. And that's very concerning. I don't think we can overstate the level of crisis that the workforce has been in just recently, and this partly because of winter, and so coughs and colds as well as COVID have meant that we've had a high rate of absenteeism due to illness. Now, whether that will improve a little bit as we come out into the warmer months, possibly, but then we've also missed on overseas migration for the past couple of years, and we realised during COVID just how many people in our workforce were on temporary visas. So there's a complex interconnection of factors causing this. The difficulty is that we need to try and retain the educators and teachers and leaders that we have in the sector right now in order to try and stabilise the workforce and then start building back up. I think there are therefore short-term strategies and long-term strategies, and I absolutely support the National Workforce Strategy and the implementation plan that was released very recently in terms of capturing the longer-term strategies to address workforce issues, and those go to respect for the work that educators and teachers do, educator and long-term gender parity in terms of pay and conditions, supporting people to engage and complete qualifications and understand career paths, attracting people into the sector, educator wellbeing. There's some really excellent work has gone into that National Workforce Strategy, and we should implement that with haste. However, it is very long term, and I think we need more immediate short-term intervention just to try and stabilise the workforce right now. And I do think that has to be a pay increase or a retention bonus or something to address the wage rates. Wages have become the most common reason given for people leaving the sector. There are still other factors like workload and stress, but wages seem to be the number one reason why people are leaving. And even if a one-off increase or a one-off retention payment, for example, if we could negotiate that, isn't the whole solution, it would at least show a sign of faith to this workforce that more is coming, that things are going to get better, and try and hold the people who are really, really tired from COVID. Centre directors were in a really unenviable position through COVID. They were coping with rapidly changing and sometimes conflicting health advice. They were half closing centres but keep operating. They were managing staff anxiety. They were managing family anxiety. They were trying to operate under very different conditions, and changes to the funding model. So we had free childcare for a period of time, then we had emergency payments for a period of time, we had JobKeeper payments that were available to some and not others. It was a very complex time, and everybody's quite tired. And now what they're dealing with is a very difficult rostering. So I know a service, I can see that the director is online on Sundays trying to resolve the problems with the roster for the week. I can see that every morning she is dealing with people calling in sick. One director I was talking to said of a staff of 16, on any given day she has 5 people unavailable to work. So that is exhausting, that level of rostering changes and trying to stay on top of that. So I think something immediate that is a sign of faith would help hold and stabilise the workforce. And then I think we need to get on fairly quickly with looking at pay parity for teachers in schools. A teacher is a teacher, they've done the same degree, they do the same work, their work should be valued at the same rate. And also people with certificate and diploma level qualifications compared to similar qualifications across the education system.
So I guess, as you say, then, if you could halve your turnover rate, that would put in 15% more people back into the workforce immediately.
Yep.
So if you could cut the turnover rate annually, that would make a significant difference. And you think it is part
I think it would make a very significant difference. The other thing ECA is doing is we've commissioned a small piece of work to look at where people who've left the sector in the last 5 years are at the moment, what they're earning and how satisfied they are in their positions, and whether anything would attract them back. Because I think we have a lot of people in the community who have early childhood qualifications but are choosing not to work in the early childhood sector at the moment. And if we could better understand why that is and see whether there is anything that would bring them back to the sector, that would be another short-term solution while we work on the longer-term settings.
So it's a bit like bringing back of nurses during COVID to try and entice them back to
Yes.
help. Sorry, it is pay though, isn't it? Do you think it's pay that would attract people who have left back?
Pay is a big part of it, but it's a little bit more complicated than that in that I think it's the pay for the level of workload and stress.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So people
do.
are saying, I can earn this amount of money in a much less stressful role in another sector, so why would I stay in early childhood where it's stressful and it's hard, and because the sector has been in crisis, if educators are working in different rooms every day and on different shift patterns all the time, that makes the work so much harder to do. And so I think we need to try and stabilise the workforce so we can make it more enjoyable again. And we ran a quick survey of the sector leading into the Jobs and Skills Summit, and what we heard was number one, educators and teachers are feeling exhausted and they're feeling stressed and they're feeling fed up, but they still do experience happiness and joy and work satisfaction out of the work they do with children. And so it's not all bleak, and we don't want to catastrophise it completely. What we want to do is get back to providing educators and teachers with stability of working hours, stability of relationships with children, back to the joy of teaching and enjoying the work. And I know educators will also say the level of work of documentation of work adds to the workload and makes it difficult, and that's often misinterpreted as documenting children's learning, which doesn't necessarily need to be particularly onerous. There's a whole lot of other documentation that services have to do around food regulations, around incident reporting, around childcare subsidy management and other things, where I do think there's opportunity to streamline some of that and make the work easier.
Yeah. Just finally, I guess it would be irksome to see somebody who has less qualifications than you, but because of the industry that they're in and the makeup of the workforce, say if it's male dominated, they get more money than you. I guess that would be quite distressing, and I guess I'm interested in where people have gone then. What are you hearing? Where do they go to? They're going to easier jobs, but are they trying to get into these jobs that are more male dominated because they get paid more for less work potentially?
It's a really interesting question, and one of the reasons why we've commissioned some work into that. I do think you're right. I mean, the turn up for the Day of Action the other week was just extraordinary, much higher than we've seen in previous years. I think women collectively are saying we've had enough. We've had enough of being poorly paid and our work not being valued. I think that is part of it. When we monitor, we have quite a high social media presence, ECA, and we monitor social media quite a lot. We see a lot of people talking about having left to work in the disability sector, where they can be more in control of their hours, so it's not as long day as a early childhood education service, or not the split shifts of outside school hours. So people working in other sectors where they have more flexibility and find it less stressful to work with one child or a family rather than in a service setting where they're working with a high number of children. So that's one area we hear. There's a bit of a educators leave to work in Bunnings. I'm not sure that we have any evidence of that. I don't know that the retail sector is particularly better paid or has better hours. I think it's more likely to be in other care sectors. However, what we see is people maintaining a connection to their early childhood colleagues, maintaining a presence on early childhood groups, and still talking about how they miss the children, they miss the work, and almost like it's a temporary absence from the early childhood sector. So I'm kind of hopeful that if we could improve the wages and some of the working conditions, I think there's a role for employers as well to step up around working conditions and listen to what educators and teachers are saying about that, then I think we could attract people back.
So yeah, certainly the respect for the work is probably extremely important, but I guess I'm incredibly happy to hear that people are, still find fun and enjoyment in their work. As I said, I think there's be a lot more fulfilment in affecting a child's life at an early age and helping to determine their future than potentially fixing a pipe in a house.
Yes, yes. It's very meaningful work and very rewarding work. But at the same time, what we know is educators and teachers and service leaders too want to feel competent, and they want to feel confident, and they want to feel they can do the job. Yeah. And of course, if the world is going to hell in a handbasket around you and you don't feel like you can do your job, then that's a powerful incentive to leave. Whereas if we can try and stabilise the workforce, make it more feasible, put some supports in place, try and make the work more manageable in the short term, I think we can get back to those conversations about the career progression and the value of the work, and it is a good sector for a plug for the early childhood sector. It's a very good sector for career pathways. We see a lot of young people studying. So the recent workforce census told us a lot of early childhood educators in that 15 to 24 bracket are studying. They're completing a certificate or a diploma or a degree. We see a lot of people, once they've done a diploma, going on to do the degree. So it's a professional sector where people do have a career pathway.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I've heard you properly. You're really suggesting both a long-term strategy around systemic pay rises that properly reward and respect the work, but in the short term, in view of the post or pandemic exhaustion, a show of faith.
Yes.
Through a one-off payment that can hold a workforce that is in real crisis, but also perhaps bring back some people who are out there on the margins and have given up in the short term at least. So I hear emergency, I hear crisis, and I hear reward and hang on to people.
Thank you. I think you've expressed that very well, yes. And I don't mean just a one-off payment as in a one payment to, but I mean if we could put a retention and a track-back bonus payment, kind of a supplementation or subsidy or something in place, we could bring some people back to the sector and hold the people that are in the sector while we do that longer-term work around gender pay rates, equitable rates, and addressing the instruments like the awards and the enterprise agreements that drive wage increases over the long term.
And we know that can take quite a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yes.
A couple of questions, and time is short, but I hope we can get to them. You mentioned paid parental leave and its intersection with the childcare system. What are your reflections on the length of the leave at the moment, and should it be lengthened, and how does it sit with that, but looking after babies in our early childhood system?
Yes, look, we'd absolutely love to see it lengthened. It's quite short by international comparisons, and not very generous when it's paid at the minimum wage. So we would like to see it lengthened, and we'd like to see more support for employers to supplement wages up to pre-parental leave levels. So we understand that not everybody can afford to take long paid parental leave at the minimum wage. I think we need to address both the rate of paid parental leave and the length of paid parental leave. We know it's good for babies. It's very good for babies to have time at home with both parents. So we do need to make sure that we're including fathers and second carers. Good for babies to have that time at home, and good for families to feel that they're not rushed back to work or rushed into the service system. We are conscious that some families need to make that decision anyway and will come back quite early after paid parental leave, which is why early childhood education for those very young children needs to be top-notch. It really needs to be high quality. But certainly we like to see paid parental leave available to more families for a longer period of time at a higher rate. And we've suggested adding superannuation to try and reduce that longer-term penalty that particularly women face when they take time out of the workforce.
Thank you for that. And you've also made the point that the period of hours that's available in quality care is especially important to our most disadvantaged kids and families, including First Nations people. That seems to be a strong point you're making also. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
I want to pick up a point made by Senator Bragg around the best spend that we can make and the best structure of system. We look forward to your contribution on that down the track. But how important is planning of where we put centres? If we have a lot of market provision, and I think it's over 50% now is for profit provision, how does planning intersect with trying to make money out of a childcare centre? You're going to go for where there aren't many babies. Presumably you said that's more expensive. How important is it to have a more macro planning approach to our early childhood education and care?
I think it's very important. I think we're seeing a lot of state governments paying a lot more attention to this as they try to expand their preschool participation rates to 3-year-old children, realising just how patchy provision is across particularly rural areas, but also outer suburban areas often. I think we're really suffering for the lack of planning that we've done in early childhood services. We've kind of left it to the market, and the problem is the market doesn't even have the information it needs to make those decisions. So the market doesn't know where there are already services that are half full, or where there's demand coming, where we know there's new housing developments and there's going to be a lot of young families. That kind of information just hasn't even been available. So we've had a very ad hoc approach to where services are being built, more about real estate availability and potential return on investment from building a centre in a particular space, rather than addressing undersupply or oversupply. The other thing that doesn't help us is the fact that the benchmark childcare subsidy rate is the same for children regardless of age. It does change by service type, but it doesn't change by age, which means that centres tend to limit the number of baby places they make available because they've got to stay viable, so they need to take more older children. Whereas I think if we look in the next PC process at addressing that, we could increase the supply of places for younger children. We really need and I hate to go back to the school system again, but we do need to have more of a process like schooling. We need to know where the population is going to be, where the children are going to be, and put the services there. I've been in so many conversations over the years with people about it's so fine-grained where you have an undersupply or oversupply, because you might actually, where I live, there might be services that have spaces available, but I'd have to go against the traffic out of town to get to them, which doesn't work for a family when I've got to drop another child at school and I've got to get to work. So we actually need those services to be on the transport routes, near the schools, in a sensible location that works for families. And I think building more services that are next door to schools or on school sites is a good idea, but I don't think that's the whole solution. I think we will always need, just because of the volume of services, we always need services that are also in the community, but then we need to be thinking about housing and transport routes to make sensible decisions about that. And if government is going to fund 90% of the provision, then they have a really strong reason to want to make sure that those services are in the right places.
Thank you so much for your contribution, Ms Page, this morning. I think we could have gone on a lot longer, but I really appreciate your submission and for your time today, but also any further information that you've undertaken to give us. We'll be very happy to receive it. It'd be wonderful to get it by the end of September if it's possible.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your time. Good. So I now welcome via video conference representatives of the Aged and Community Care Providers Association. Lovely to see your face appearing. Great. Would one of you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask you questions? And we can see your faces here in the room, and we have other senators online, so we're hoping all of this works. But thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing your answers.
Thanks very much, Senator. Good to be here. I will make a brief opening statement, and hopefully the audio works as well as the video. So my name is Tim Hicks. I'm the General Manager of Policy and Advocacy for the Aged and Community Care Providers Association. And with me is my colleague Claire Bailey, who's our Manager of Employment Relations. ACPA is the peak body for aged care providers across the country, across all different service types, from home care through to community care, residential care, and retirement living. We represent providers of all sizes, from small organisations through to listed companies and large national not-for-profits. We represent providers of all ownership types, and our goal, as it is our members' goal, is to support better outcomes for older Australians. We come to this inquiry from a very interesting perspective as an industry. We employ predominantly women, and those women are often are much more likely, obviously, to have caring responsibilities. We also provide important supports that allow people to continue working and augment the informal care with formal government funded services. So I suppose that the first set of issues for us in relation to work and care is access to care. And in home care, we can start with home care, which has been the traditional problem with access, where there's been significant wait times for accessing care, at one stage reaching more than 2 years to access a level 4 home care package. Following on from the Royal Commission in particular, there's been the release of additional home care packages, and the wait times for home care are coming down substantially, with the estimated wait times in the latest data that was released for the March quarter of this year now being 3 to 6 months, even for a level 4 package, which is a significant improvement. However, there is another less visible constraint now, which is the availability of the workforce. So people may be offered a package within 3 to 6 months, but they will not always be able to access those services because many home care providers are unable to find the staff to deliver them. And that is a difficult problem to measure. We don't have good data on the level of access problems within different parts of the country, and it is likely to be very variable from one region to another. And there are issues with finding providers that have availability because there's no way of easily searching who's available and who's not. Residential care in general in metropolitan areas does not have broad access issues. There are a significant number of residential care places, and in fact occupancy in residential care has been falling. However, there are increasingly concerns about the closure of residential care places in regional areas and more remote areas, given funding pressures on the industry, and all of those access problems then influence the ability of people to continue working whilst having relatives that require care and support. We've also seen the delay between someone being approved for residential care and them entering residential care growing in recent years, and we believe that this largely reflects the increased level of concern around quality of care in residential care and really highlights the importance of implementing the changes to improve quality that the Royal Commission has highlighted. Access problems because people are fearful are just as problematic as access problems because the places don't exist. And that is something we need to see resolved through the increase in the number of staff, through the additional transparency measures that have been proposed, and in particular through providing more information on quality of care so that people can be confident that the services they're going into are ones that will deliver the level of care and support that the community expects. We're well on the way to delivering upon that journey. However, funding issues and funding constraints remain a significant challenge, as it, in addition to the actual availability of the staff. As employers, and I mentioned earlier that workforce constraints are a significant issue. As employers, aged care providers are conscious of the need to provide flexible working arrangements in order to support their staff to work and to be able to work the additional hours that are needed to meet the growing demand. However, it is one of those very challenging sticking points here, where we see more and more need for formal care support through the aged care system, and in particular in the context of COVID, whilst and that then can impose obligations on people and requirements for people to come into work that can be challenging when also balancing other caring responsibilities. So that's the situation we're in as a sector, and I'm happy to take further questions now.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Hicks. We've met before, I now recollect, so good to see you again. Is there anything that you would like to add, Ms. Bailey?
No, thank you, Senator.
Okay. Well, I might lead off with some questions and then go to Senator Bragg and then Senator White. You have a large workforce within your organisations, and you mentioned the challenges they have. Have you got anything out of your experience that you'd like to put to the committee which is helpful in helping your workers balance their own care and work combinations? You've got a very large workforce, mostly female. I'm assuming quite a lot of them part-time, possibly to try and balance things. Are there things that some of your employer group or your organisations have done that have helped them or show good practice as organisations to help people put together their jobs and care as workers?
So I think probably the thing I'd start by saying is that one of the key benefits of aged care as an occupation, as an employer, is the degree of flexibility it provides to employees. It's an area where work is available locally, pretty much around the country, and it's an area where shifts are available at all sorts of different times of the day, which can allow people to work around their other responsibilities. So in many ways, aged care is actually one of the ideal employers for people who do have a range of caring commitments and the same sort of skills and mindset that people who are informal carers take in caring for their loved ones is exactly the sort of thing that puts someone in good stead to be a carer in aged care. In terms of flexible arrangements, I don't think we're different from other employers. It's about understanding an individual employee's needs and being able to adapt a roster around those obligations. I might throw to Claire to see whether she has any further insights on some of the specific measures that some of our members might have in place.
Thanks, Tim. Yes, look, as Tim said, yes, we're not too much different from other industries per se, but certainly something that has struck me working in this organisation and certainly in the aged care sector for the last nearly 3 years, is the very strong driver of availability on rosters built around what the individuals, when they can work and what they can offer for the organisation. So there is certainly, it's more set in place for part-timers, for example, even for casuals, as to when exactly that they can work and when they can't. It's not quite as random as some industries that I've come across over time. Working in employment relations, it certainly is a lot more focused on the needs of the employee in that particular way, and certainly it can be a juggling act for our members to be able to create rosters in those particular situations, but that's part of what they do. So yeah, that would be the main point I think I would make to differentiate us from other industries, but other than that, fairly similar.
Thank you for that.
I think that is just to add further to what Claire said, I think that's one of the interesting points. Aged care is an industry that's built around a predominantly female workforce and always has been. So it's in an industry that's built around a culture of recognising that people can have caring responsibilities and needing to adapt to them. It's not a cultural change that the sector needs to adopt. It's something that is sort of baked into the history of the industry.
And can I just follow up that by asking how much in the industry is it reliant on casual workers and on agency workers at the moment? What sort of different forms of employment are dominant and at work?
So the general preference of aged care providers is very much to have permanent part-time workers. Because it offers more continuity of care, more reliability of access to staff, and in general, patterns of resident needs are relatively predictable. I don't have access to data readily to hand on trends in the level of casual employment within the industry. However, it does play a significant role in being able to respond flexibly to issues that might arise, on a particular day, given, in many ways that sort of casual pool and access to agency staff is necessary to facilitate the flexibility for other staff. You in an area like aged care, you have services that need to be delivered. So if you want to enable people to take time off and they need to take time off, you also need to have access to a flexible workforce that can fill gaps within the roster. As I said at the beginning, I think wherever possible, aged care providers try to limit the amount of casual and agency staff that they use. It's also much more expensive as an option for them. But it is an important part of the way that the industry works.
So last question from me before going to Senator White. What is your expectation will be the impact of a sizable pay rise if it comes down the tube from the Fair Work Commission? How do you think that will impact the sector when it's decided?
It's an important question. So people in aged care as a whole don't come into aged care for the money. And you generally wouldn't, because we know that the pay hasn't been particularly competitive historically. So people come into aged care because they enjoy caring for older people by and large, and also potentially for some of the other benefits of the role in terms of flexibility. What a pay rise does is several things. One is that we know that people don't come into aged care for the money, but for a reasonably significant number of people, it is why they leave, that lack of financial competitiveness. So a pay rise will significantly help, we believe, with the retention of staff. It's also recognition. It's important recognition. People in aged care do need to feel respected. They do need to feel like their contributions are recognised. And a pay rise helps show that we as a society actually value the work that all of those aged care workers do, and we think that will help significantly with recruitment as well as the retention of staff. And finally, increasing the pay that people receive provides access to workers that might not have previously considered aged care as a sector. People come into aged care for non-pay related reasons because the pay has been low. If the pay is higher, then there are workers who would previously have said, no, I'm not going to go into aged care because it's not competitive, that will now actually consider aged care as an option. So we do actually think that there's likely to be a significant influence on labour supply if there were to be a significant increase in pay for workers. However, it needs to be part of a broader change in the sector. It can't be enough on its own. We need to be able to have more sustainably funded organisations that aren't worried about having enough money to keep the doors open. Nobody wants to work for employers that are having to worry about the budget every month. And equally, we need to have more staff available so that people have more time to care, so that people aren't feeling under so much pressure. And all those things are critically important to be done together. We have a bit of a chicken and egg problem here where to increase staffing numbers, we need to actually attract more people. And that's where the promise of the better future in part through the pay rise comes in.
Thanks, Mr Hicks. Senator White.
So where are the skill shortages? What sort of jobs are we talking about where the skill shortages are in aged care?
So there are shortages at the moment, as you would all know. We are in one of the tightest labour markets we've ever had in Australia. So there are challenges recruiting staff of all sorts, from the hospitality through to clinical roles, from nursing through to allied health. So it's there's virtually no area where there is difficulty recruiting people right now. Having said that, there are areas where the difficulty is more severe. One of those areas in particular is registered nurses. In residential aged care, we have a need to recruit a significant increase in the number of registered nurses coming from the staffing targets that are coming out of the Royal Commission. So we estimate it's more than a 40% increase in registered nurses that will be required in the next 12 months in order to meet those targets. And that's going to be an extremely difficult, if not impossible, task for many aged care providers. There are also significant difficulties recruiting personal care workers, particularly in the home and community care space. That partly derives from the fact that there's generally higher pay available in the disability sector, owing to some changes to the SHADS award that were made historically. So there's a degree of specific pay disparity for personal carers working in that community care sector in ageing versus disability. Even within organisations, that can be an issue where people want to work in the disability side rather than the aged care side, because the pay rates are different. But also it's just a reflection of the immense growth in demand in that sector. There's been a massive increase in the number of home care packages over the last 3 years. That's helped reduce the wait list, but it's created these labour market shortages. And there's been a similar increase in the scale of the NDIS. So it's a huge increase in demand there that's creating great difficulties for people in recruiting staff. And we can't underestimate in all of this the influence that COVID has had on the sector. The amount of pressure that's placed on people in terms of their willingness to work longer hours, to increase their rostered hours. So that COVID burden, which seems like it's going to stay with us, creates significant difficulties in recruiting people into direct care roles.
So just on that point about COVID, did the sector lose a lot of workers who were on temporary visas during COVID?
So the sector has traditionally employed a significant number of people who were recent arrivals to Australia. Migration is an important part of the workforce for the entire Australian economy. It's not just aged care. And it's an important part of the broader healthcare workforce. Significant numbers of registered nurses, for example, come in through migration programs. One thing that aged care has relied on significantly is people who are relatively new arrivals in the personal care workforce, and that workforce evaporated when the borders were closed, and that contributed to the overall labour market shortages. As the borders are reopening, in theory, some of those sorts of pressures should be being relieved, but the overall demand for additional workers and the competition from other parts of the labour market mean that, in fact, notwithstanding those borders being opened, feedback from our members is that the labour market shortages across the board are only getting worse.
So the Jobs and Skills Summit did focus on a range of issues about skill shortages. Was there anything that came out of that that summit that you think will benefit your sector?
Well, we think there's a range of initiatives there that have the potential to deliver benefit to the aged care sector, in particular the examination of the migration pathways and the increase in the number of increase in the size of the migrant intake. That's going to be an essential short-term measure. Look, at the end of the day, we need to be a sector that can attract people attract people who are already living in Australia to work in aged care, and that's the sustainable workforce for the sector, and it already makes up the majority of the people working there. But in the short term, as we're trying to meet the demand of increased number of people in home care and increased numbers of staff in residential care, those migration pathways are going to be absolutely critical to filling that short-term gap.
So one final question. What have you seen in the sector that you would regard as good retention strategies from the employers and members of your association? What things have you seen work?
Look, I might throw to Claire again on that one. I go back to some extent to the previous response to say that it's not that different in aged care from other sectors. It's about understanding the concerns of your staff and responding to them. It's about providing the supports that they say that they need. It's about being flexible and responding to their particular needs in a particular circumstance. So there's not exactly a magic bullet, but Claire may be able to offer some more thoughts there.
Yeah, I think that some of the better practices that we've seen do relate more to, I think, handling and showing the employee values that is put forward by the organisation themselves. I think those employers who properly understand the employee value statement that they've put forward and put forward one where people do feel included and feel that they're listened to and feel that their needs are addressed in the workplace, then I think those ones have been more successful. It's certainly part of not only, but certainly getting them in the door in the first place is certainly a big part of that. And then, of course, retaining them after that. And obviously, there's a lot of the employees do work for multiple employers across the industry as well. So it's interesting in that if they're not moving out of the industry, they may well be moving to other employers within the industry or doing more hours with a particular employer and that sort of thing. So it's interesting when you're looking at turnover and where they go after they finish with one particular employer.
I mean, I think in many ways, right, being a good aged care provider is about being an organisation that cares, where part of your DNA and your purpose is caring for your residents. And that's got to be your guiding principle. And that's part of being a good aged care provider. It's crucial to being a good employer and retaining staff. So if you demonstrate that you care about your staff and you demonstrate that not through just what you say, but through your actions and through the supports that you provide to them, then that helps immensely with the retention of your employees as much as it does delivering quality to your to the older people that you care for. A lot of it is also just being an organisation that's able to manage the pressures that the sector is facing, because those pressures at an organisation level translate through to the employees. People have, various organisations have done various things with bonuses and other sorts of retention payments and things of that nature. There's various government schemes there. Those can be effective, but I think in many ways they're more about recognition and the demonstration of recognition than they are about the direct financial the direct financial incentive that they offer.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to pass on the thanks of Senator Bragg and Senator Askew, who haven't got questions for you, but thank you for your submissions and your time. And I just have a couple of questions which I'll sneak in before we finish. I'm wondering what observations you might make about how the changing participation of men and women in work in recent years has affected their ability to help care for the people in either home care or in residential care. I'm thinking about the growth in participation of women, for example, and whether that means their ability to come to share the care that an institution provides is affected. We've had a couple of comments from individuals, for example, who might be described as sandwich carers. They've got young kids, they've got a parent in a residential care, and they really struggle to get there. Are you seeing changes in the amount of support families are able to give their loved ones in different forms of care?
I think it's really difficult to sort of see that as a trend distinct from other things. What we've sort of seen generally is a fragmentation of sort of social support and social participation. So people are more mobile now. People are less likely to live in the same city as their parents than they were a long time ago. And that creates issues with access to support. People are a lot less likely to volunteer and participate in community activities than they used to be. And that also affects the level of visitation, level of involvement and volunteering within aged care services. And all of that's related to changes in family structures and changes in the nature of work. Does that have implications broadly for who can be an informal carer? In part, but of course, many people who are carers are already retired. So whilst there are many people who are in work, many people who are informal carers for their older relatives are people in their 60s who are caring for relatives in their 80s. So I have no doubt that the trend you've identified does create challenges for some people. And we can see sort of in some of the research overseas where there's a much higher proportion of people who are cared for at home, that issue of the burden on predominantly women to be both carers and workers is a significant concern and a subject of significant public debate. We haven't seen too much debate or discussion about that in Australia. I think in part that's because we have more access to residential care. That's not such an issue here. You don't have things like 6-month delays to find a place in residential care. But there's risk that may emerge as we have more and more home care and we have a potential reduction in the number of residential care places.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting, thank you. And last question, and a lot of us now talk about a care economy as if working care, the workers who provide care are kind of interchangeable across the care sectors. And we've had a little bit of conversation today which suggests there is that happening. Is that your view, that there is a lot of mobility across those different care jobs? You've made some reference to it, but is it real that people easily move across disability care, aged care, childcare, or not?
I'm not sure I'd say it's easy or interchangeable, but it is a move that can be made. I'm trying to think of an analogy with another workforce. There is a distinct set of skills and experience that's involved in both understanding the different systems and in providing care to the different client groups. So there are some significant differences in philosophy, some significant differences in people's typical needs, and that means it's not possible. It's not possible for someone to turn up to a job with a different client group without sort of doing any sort of relearning, retraining. Having said that, it's probably analogous to the difference between between aged care and healthcare settings. So, you know, a nurse moving from a hospital setting into a residential care setting is doing quite a different job with quite different skills. But there's also a significant degree of transferability, and that's probably how I would describe it. How much movement there is backward and forth, you know, it'd be great if we had more data on that. At the moment, it's all pretty anecdotal.
It would be interesting to map it and know a little more about if it's a good or bad thing too. Look, thank you so much for your submission and for your time today. We really appreciate your appearance. If you've taken any questions on notice, we'd appreciate hearing any further information by the 29th of September. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Great. Okay, we are now on to lunch. There you go. We now suspend for lunch. I think the period is 30 minutes. For 45 minutes, we'll be reconvening at 1 p.m. Thank you. Representatives of Carers Australia. Would one of you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask questions?
Senators, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today and to outline some of the issues about work and care that create barriers to employment for Australian carers. By carers in this context, I refer to those unpaid carers who are family or friends of the person for whom they provide care. We're not referring to salaried care staff. My name's Alison Brooke. I'm the CEO of Carers Australia, and I'm accompanied today by Kelly Goulet, Director of Policy and Advocacy, and by Sue Elderton, Senior Policy Officer with us. We three are also concurrently carers of family members. And joining us on screen today from Brisbane is an extraordinary carer, Diana McMurtry, who provided the carer voice on the lived experience panel at the recent Jobs and Skills Summit here in Parliament House. Carers Australia represents more than 2.65 million carers who provide unpaid care and support to family members and friends with a disability, a chronic health condition, mental illness or disorder, drug or alcohol misuse, terminal illness, or who are frail and aged. An evaluation on the value of informal care undertaken by Deloitte Access Economics estimated that a total of nearly 2.2 billion hours of unpaid care would be provided in 2020, that's before the pandemic, at a replacement cost of around $77 billion. As we remarked at the beginning of our written submission to your committee, Carers Australia and the network of state and territory carer organisations has been advocating for more than 30 years to improve carers' prospects of combining work and care. The benefits of being able to do so can be significant and include that work can reduce the social isolation experienced by so many carers and can provide a break from caring. A current work history and continuing attachment to the workforce is very important to carers if they wish to be employable and employed and improve their standard of living once the period during which they are providing care decreases or finishes. Most importantly, the ability to combine work and care helps alleviate the financial distress experienced by so many carers and their families. In 2018, 60% of carers relied on a government pension or allowance for their personal income. Of the 2.65 million carers identified in the 2018 Australian Bureau of Statistics Survey of Disability, Ageing and Carers, 861,600 were primary carers, that is, those who provided the most care and support. While 7 in 10 of all carers were in the labour force, only 55% of primary carers of working age were employed. In our submission, we've identified that 3 key pillars are needed to effectively support Australians with unpaid care responsibilities to be able to concurrently participate in the paid workforce. The first of these is access to more carer-inclusive workplaces. In the 2021 Carer Wellbeing Survey, results showed the longer a person is a carer, the less likely it is they will participate in the paid labour force, where 47% of those who'd been a carer for 5 years or more were employed, compared with 61% who'd been a carer for less than a year. When asked if their employer was understanding of their carer obligations, 17% reported that they were not very understanding, 41% that they were somewhat understanding, which, as you can see, leaves a gap. Carers Leave is also an enabler to carer inclusivity within workplaces and the Australian community more broadly, and carer leave in Australia should be brought into line, in our view, with that of comparable OECD countries whose entitlements are more generous. None of the comparable countries we have researched conflates carers leave with personal, or also known as sick leave, as we do in Australia, and nearly all provide for long leave from 3 months upwards to more than a year. The Productivity Commission is currently undertaking an inquiry into extended unpaid carer leave off the back of the Aged Care Royal Commission recommendations. Carers Australia is strongly of the view that such leave needs to be made available to carers of all Australians, whether or not they're caring for someone under or over the age of 65. To confine it to carers of the age would be inequitable, illogical, and would unnecessarily and unhelpfully create 2 tiers of carers. With respect to extended carer leave, we note that submissions to this inquiry and to the Productivity Commission inquiry oppose carers leave on gender equity grounds. They argue that women carers will have to sacrifice superannuation benefits during this time, so it's not a good idea in essence. And thwarts the larger gender equality agenda. We find this argument lacks understanding of the circumstances many carers face when they have to reorganise their lives, and in many cases the lives of those they care for, where they're driven to quit their jobs because the challenges for their immediate future are too daunting to continue working as well as caring. It also removes an option. It wouldn't be a requirement for a carer to have to take such leave, and the whole notion of carer-inclusive workplaces aims to minimise situations where the only option is to have an extended period out of the workforce. Carers leave would add another option on the table when deciding, often in crisis, what's best for the person they care for, their wider family, their own needs, and would best facilitate retention of staff in the long run. As we pointed out in our submission, the 2020 National Carers Survey identified that 44% of respondents had to quit paid work, and of these, 35% had taken early retirement. Losing the opportunity to regroup through extended leave while remaining in employment is likely to have a much more deleterious impact on both carers' long-term income and their superannuation than taking extended unpaid leave. This is especially the case when the caring journey begins or intensifies when a carer is over the age of 50, and the statistics tell us that their employability diminishes. In addition to improved access to paid leave, flexible employment arrangements can make a big difference in being able to combine work and care. These arrangements can include, but are not limited to, staggered hours and days of work, job sharing and working from home. We acknowledge the immediate action within the outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit is a carer-friendly workplace framework, and we look forward to working with the government on this initiative. The second pillar is the availability of adequate substitute care. While the NDIS and aged care home-based programs have made some difference to the capacity to combine work and care, they're not always adequate to enable carers to enter into employment or maintaining existing arrangements. For example, according to the latest NDIS quarterly report, more than 85% of family carers who say that they're unable to work as much as they'd like say that the available alternative support arrangements relating to the person for whom they care prevents them from doing this. Similarly, aged care, home care packages and daycare programs can assist carers to return to work, but in many cases they do not provide enough replacement care and access to services is limited in many places. Nor do any of these programs allow for flexibility to manage casual work or roster-based employment. The final area for reform is around conditions applying to carer payments. At a time when people of aged pension age can earn more before it impacts on their pension, the same is not true for disability support pension and the carer payment if you are below aged pension age. We believe that the recent announcement after the Jobs and Skills Summit of a one-off income credit to enable seniors to earn an extra $4,000 this financial year without losing their payment should be extended to carers of working age to assist in addressing the carer non-carer divide in Australia, as well as addressing the nation's skills shortage. Moreover, the impact of what's known as the 25-hour rule, which restricts people on the carer payment from engaging in employment, education or volunteering for more than 25 hours a week, including travel time, does not only make it harder for carers to supplement the carer payment, but also to retain engagement to the workforce over time. We support a Productivity Commission recommendation that the rule should be changed to 100 hours per month, which provides more flexibility. As outlined in our federal election platform, 13 years on from the 2009 Who Cares report on the inquiry into better support for carers by the House of Representatives Committee, carers are still not recognised or embedded within reform, and we again thank you, this committee, for the opportunity to raise these issues. Carers Australia is seeking a coherent and flexible approach to address the barriers and long-term impacts on carers' financial and economic security. This includes that the government asks the Productivity to undertake a broad review of economic and financial support for carers, including to model the costs and benefits of providing retirement solutions such as a superannuation guarantee or carer pension credits to people who have reduced employment opportunities to provide continuous care and who rely on the carer payment. To review the carer payment and carer allowance and recommend ways to incentivise carers to participate in the workforce, education and training without affecting carers who cannot work, and conduct a cost of living caring and living analysis of carers to examine implications for short and long-term financial security and economic outcomes across caring roles, with a particular focus on women, single carers and young carers. We also note this Labor government's commitment in our pre-election survey to re-establishing a national carers strategy in its first term, given the last national strategy lapsed in 2014. This strategy needs to be cross-portfolio and include issues that impact on employment and education opportunities. This is a brief overview of the issues we have raised in our submission, and we are happy to explore these matters further with you.
Thank you, Ms Brooke, for those very useful opening comments. And thank you very much for your submission and for your time, of course, today, and your team. I remember Ms McMurtry at the Jobs and Skills Summit very clearly. It was the most powerful session in the whole summit, the personal experience one for me personally. Senator White will lead off.
Thanks very much for your submission. Are there any initiatives you would recommend to support relinquishing carers back to paid work?
Which of us will do?
Yeah, I actually think Diana might be a good one to start there because Diana's been through a program that you might be referring to. Diana, did you want to give your experience?
Thanks, Kelly, and thanks for having me. I actually was part of a program run through a carer organisation in Queensland, Carers Queensland, called Your Caring Way. The purpose of that program is to facilitate carers returning to the workforce. The steps of that are working with someone to identify your skill set, your goals, and appropriate workplaces for you as an individual, allowing for the value that your caring experience brings. For myself, I went through career coaching training and support in finding employers that were carer friendly or were willing to learn how to be carer friendly.
Thanks. So what are the biggest barriers for carers in maintaining or returning to paid work, do you think?
So, one of them is access to effective respite care that is flexible and allows people to have time away from caring responsibilities to be able to participate in the workforce. Sue?
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of barriers, particularly if you've been out of the workforce for a very long time. It's like any other job. You may have no current referees, your skills may be out of date, you've probably lost a lot of confidence in terms of your employment and employability. And people want to know why you haven't been working for the last 10 years. And if you say, oh, I was looking after my mum or my child or whoever you might have been looking after, they go, oh, yeah. You know, so then they're not very competitive when they come to finding new jobs, and actually the jobs they used to do may no longer be available.
I think another key point is there's a lot of underemployment. So often carers, what we hear carers say that they can get a job, but they're overqualified, or it's not the job that they used to do, and while they might be able to get a job in hospitality or the care economy, that's not necessarily where they would like to have a job or where their skill sets lie, but it's often the only jobs that are available because there are a lot of them. So it's a double-edged sword where they can get employment often, but then juggling the flexibility, etc., is another issue. But just getting that first step in the door, they often have to take jobs that wouldn't be their preference or even in their thinking if they weren't in that caring space and had that time out of employment.
And just one additional comment. I mean, Your Caring Way is one program run. Actually, it's run in by Carers South Australia as well, and by Carers Tasmania. But there are other programs run by carers associations to help carers get back in the workforce, and we've mentioned them in our submission. However, a lot of carers may not know about carers organisations and won't know about those programs. And some years ago, when the government was looking at replacing Job Active with a more effective service, which has become Workforce Australia, we put in a very strong submission saying that carers are likely to need additional supports to get back in the workforce. As matters stand at the moment, we don't know whether Workforce Australia provides any special consideration for carers, as it does for some other groups like people with disability. We don't know if they help carers out in the same way.
And sorry, I will just add there, I do think that's an extremely valuable point, Sue, in relation to I was really reluctant to try. I think those of you who heard my story at the summit, I was quite reluctant and defeated to try returning to the workforce because I had been given such negative feedback from other employment supports to let me know that my current commitments as a carer were not conducive to me returning to the workforce. Part of my barriers have been that I wasn't facilitated in continuing the training I was participating in, again, due to the fact that I wasn't offered flexibility as a carer, and that wasn't seen as something valuable enough to accommodate those needs. So it meant I was experiencing barriers to further education and also to returning to the workforce with support. So I think it's a really important point to bring up that there is that specialised need, and for me that meant that program understood the challenges that can sometimes arise in your role as a carer.
think a broad knowledge through, a sort of a public education campaign of what skills a carer develops through the caring process, of being able to plan ahead, manage time, manage priorities, handle emergencies, juggle with 8 items at once. And I think that there's such applicable skills in a workplace. And so rather than the eye roll when we talk about flexibility for carers, I think if we could turn that around and show that in fact what this means is this is an incredibly skilled person who's going to add such value to our workplace, I think that attitudinal change, it's a soft barrier, but I think it's relevant, Senator.
I think the point you make is it's regarded as something that inhibits work rather than enhances. It's an enhancement to work, I think, is what you're saying, isn't it? I think probably many women can multitask as well, but as you say, if you've got to do caring, it's even more. So just on that, the health and care sector is one of the fastest growing employment sectors. Should they be doing more to attract carers and relinquish carers into their workforce? And how could it be better positioned to attract carers to do that work? Or do you think if you've been a carer, you want to go to some other sort of work?
It is a good question, and it's something that we've been discussing quite a lot lately. So it goes back to my previous point. I think it's a valid option and it's a wonderful career pathway for many people that choose to have it. What we do find is, and a lot of the comments I'm making will be generalisations, of course, the diversity of caring relationships and roles is so, the breadth and depth, it's hard to make one opinion. But there are a number of carers that have spoken to us that don't want to go into the care economy because they're already caring at home, and to go from caring for an older person at home and then go care for an older person at work or disability, it's quite there is no, I guess, respite, if we can use respite in that way, from being that responsible, even though there's the paid, unpaid, and it really then takes the spotlight off what they're doing at home. The other thing, I guess, is we do see the workforce as a break from caring, and again, there's a lot of carers that would go into those roles and be absolutely wonderful. There are a lot of carers that volunteer to have a break from caring and volunteer in the care economy. So they'll go in and they'll volunteer within aged care facilities or disability support, accommodation, palliative care, because that's the nature of the person that tends to take on a caring role. I think there is opportunity because of, we heard representation this morning around the flexibility and the part-time and all of that, but it would have to be looked at really carefully to make sure it was inclusive in terms of you need longer lead times for rostering. It can't change the week before. There's often not the opportunity to just get called in at the spur of the moment or do double shifts because you've got to have those responsibilities. So I think with any kind of rostering or part-time economy or opportunities, it's about looking at the individual employee and what supports they might need. So it's definitely not a no, and I think there is great opportunity, but I don't think we can assume that carers will want to go into that role. And if they do, it is figuring out what else can be there to support them if they need that extra.
And just having said that, some carers may feel that's their only career option left and do want to, and some may, having had a caring role, want to continue that in paid work. And Carers Queensland for many years has run a program in training carers in a carer-friendly way, in a way that they can manage in Certificate 3s and Certificate 4s if the nomenclature is up to date, I'm not sure anymore, for caring work. But one observation that's come out of talking to people who run that program is carers sometimes think, yeah, maybe I'll learn something to help me care for the person I'm caring for. But it takes a while for them to realise it's not exactly the same job as they've been doing. They will get holidays, they will get sick leave, they will get weekends. And the emotional connection can be strong to people you're caring for, but it's not the same as caring for a family member. It's not as stressful.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you mentioned the OECD countries have, that you've done a review of that, and the OECD countries have got better carer provisions. Are they, is that paid or unpaid carers leave mostly?
It varies, and it's not all OECD countries. We did look at all OECD countries, and we came up with 11 or 12. But they were comparable countries to us, similar economies, similar care demographics, all that sort of thing. And most of them offer both short and long-term extended leave, which varies between 3 months, 6 months, a year or more. It's kind of paid, and what I mean by that is most of those countries have social insurance systems, so they're paid in that way. And in Australia, whenever that comes up, you tend to get the response, but we're totally different. You know, we've got universal social security systems, but there are parallels with what we've got. We have got a carer payment. It's difficult to survive on, but yeah. So it's sort of the same, but not exactly the same. Yeah.
And sorry, can you point me to who submitted to the Productivity Commission that you shouldn't have longer leave because it'll affect superannuation?
Well, am I allowed to name names?
There were a number of submissions from...
a number of employer organisations or organisations that were large employers, even if they were in the community sector. And also to this inquiry, you've got the ANMF submission. That's the first one that comes to mind. I think there are a couple of others too, but I'm not sure. I noticed the employers' organisation didn't focus so much on carers' leave to this inquiry. Yeah.
Thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you, Senator White. You may get a second chance. We have another half an hour. Thank you very much. And Senator Bragg is online. He hasn't got any questions right now, so I'll go ahead. Can we go to your submission on page 5 where you talk about a range of workplace law reforms that you would like to see? And I wonder if we could just work through them. We've talked about an extended unpaid carer leave available to all who are carers. Is this the thing we were just talking about that some employers are opposing?
Yeah.
And they're opposing it because it will create, if you put super on it, it will create a super cost. Is that their main concern about employers and some unions, you've said?
No.
No.
So they're running with two arguments. One is we don't want carers to have extended employer leave. We've got our own reasons for that, especially difficult for small business. And then they run the next line, and it's probably not very good for carers either, because they'll lose superannuation. Yeah.
Okay, and it will also, I heard a gender argument that it will lock women into doing
and women will be most affected because they're the largest number of carers by far. Yeah.
Very interesting. We did some media yesterday on the ABC about this inquiry, and I immediately got a very moving communication email from a woman in Victoria, an older woman whose son had just resigned his full-time job as a librarian to come and had a 2-day-a-week job now in the town where she lived. She was struggling with accepting his care, but she decided to. Her husband had died and she needed his support. And she was regretting the loss of his... He had been 18 years working as a librarian. You can imagine the income loss, and now was applying for carers support, income support. And she was talking about how that felt as a mother to receive care. It was very interesting. And I just think that embodies a whole lot of the issues, doesn't it, about he's lost to the labour market. We don't know for how long. He's certainly lost a lot of income. And he's a man, probably unusual for many, perhaps, circumstances, but he probably will affect his lifetime earnings quite considerably, certainly lose superannuation. And there was she trying to struggle with reconciling the love of her son and the care. So I thought that was a very powerful example, but it's what you're talking about. And we're always caught, aren't we, as women, between accepting time out of the labour market and all the penalties that means and the consignment of that work to women, but the alternative is someone doesn't get cared for and you're stressed so much. Anyway, I digress.
I think that's an important point, actually, Senator. I think that the point is that this is a massive, if you replace the cost of providing this care across the country by all these people who are unpaid, who do it out of a sense of love, but there are such other costs to them, you know, the emotional cost, the drudgery, the sort of the thanklessness, the embarrassment, you know, whether you're the carer or the person receiving the care, it's hard to maintain that purity of, you know, good-spiritedness in the everyday drudgery of providing the care and doing it from a position of, you know, poor mental health yourself, social isolation, poor, you know, financial disadvantage. We're really asking a lot, and I think that removing some barriers to employment and having a sort of a nuanced discussion about what that could look like, I think it's an important conversation to have right now.
And alongside, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think the other important point is often when we speak to people, they seem to envisage carers as this perfect person over here. And I think it's really important to highlight that around 30% of carers themselves live with disability. Some carers need to be cared for themselves in certain situations. And actually there's a large proportion of men who are carers. There seems to be more men that are carers as a young carer. There's more males. And the older people get as well. And so I think there's a lot of barriers to break down in terms of, you know, carers in general have poorer mental health, not just the carers of people living with mental health. And there's carers of the aged, there's also carers of the aged that are aged themselves. And so it's very interesting to see that when we're talking about carers, it's not a person that doesn't need supports for themselves. So often that's an issue with recognising that you're a carer to begin with, particularly for the situation that you just spoke about. If that gentleman could have 12 or even 6 months of leave from his job to go and be with his mother, sort out what needs to happen, just have some time to really think about that without having to make a knee-jerk reaction, and then maybe go back to that job part-time or see how it could work online, or that would be valuable, and he wouldn't be missing out on, you know, that superannuation and that. So all we're asking for is more choices and more options, and whether it's an impact on someone's super or earnings or time out of the workforce, that's still a choice for them to make, but at least the option's there, whereas at the moment there's nothing.
And let's not lose sight of the Deloitte estimate of 77 billion that this care is actually worth to our economy.
Yeah.
And speaking as someone who has lost significant years of super, it would have been valuable to have the option to take a supported break and come back with open arms instead of having to make that choice. It is a choice that I have a fabulously flexible, supportive employer. I'm very, very lucky to work at Empower Autism. However, situations do change. I will happily speak to the challenges that comes with adequate substitute care for my experience. And so I know that the parameters that sit around that mean that I may need to take a break, and that break may look like to leave employment, even with the support of my employer, because we don't have parameters in place for that. And I will then again be coming back from a break, and I will be impacted by that when I look for future work.
Mm-hmm.
And again, my super will be impacted.
Yeah. Just on superannuation and retirement income, you're recommending a credit, a superannuation carer credit. Have you given much thought to how that might work?
We would actually like the Productivity Commission to look broadly at the options available at other countries. Obviously, there's a lot to think through, and we don't for a moment consider that there is an impact on business and economy. But we do think that there are a lot of options that could be looked at. And we did do a study that we released earlier this year called Caring Costs Us. It did look at the impact of on superannuation and lifetime earnings of those on the carer payment and carer allowance. And that found that on average, a primary carer will lose around $390,000 in lifetime earnings and around $175,000 in superannuation. Or to put more for the kind of every day, for every year that a person is a carer, every year, they'll reduce their super by $17,000 and they'll reduce their income by $39,000. And so that's the average. There's of course a lot of outliers and people with differing incomes, etc. But the impact is, of course, that they either don't get back into the workforce and they go on some other form of pension and still are reliant on those services. But there's also a lot of carers that don't want to have those payments. They don't want to be involved with Centrelink. There's a shame, there's cultural issues, or they don't need to be, which is wonderful, but they still want to be in employment, and superannuation is still an issue. And so we would actually like the Productivity Commission to look at the broad options for superannuation, as well as more flexibility with the payments, so that you could potentially get us income support or allowance at the same time as increasing your retention to work, or something like the leave. So it's such an entwined and multi-pronged issue that if we look at one thing in total isolation, it's going to impact over here. And so we really think that there needs to be a much broader look. Like the Carers Leave Productivity Commission inquiry at the moment is looking at leave for carers of the aged. Well, the implications are massive for those carers that aren't caring for the aged. You know, a lot of aged care carers are aged themselves, so not in working age, or carers that are in the casual sectors and may not be eligible for the leave that they might be looking at. It's a false sense of the actual impact that carers leave could have. So that's why we would like it broadened out to look more at superannuation options. But I might ask Sue if she has any comments on that, because on the superannuation guarantee and credits.
I think you've sort of covered it. And once again, when the Treasury did an inquiry into retirement, our organisations and many others advocated that carer credits should be available. And their response, and mentioned overseas countries where it is, and the response of Treasury was once again, oh yeah, but they've got social insurance systems. So we won't look at that because that's not Australia.
But we've dealt with that in relation, for example, to paid parental leave. By recognising we don't have a social insurance system, there is no appetite for establishing one. How do we give someone a rest at the moment of a child's birth? We have a public payment. We're talking about other forms of care which, you know, lend themselves to being met in the same way.
And that's what we were advocating, especially for, well, mainly for people on the carer payment for a very long period of time.
The issues that we're discussing are very relevant to Treasury, as you mentioned, and you're really encouraging us to think about care in a more holistic, joined-up way. It's not just about whether you're old, or care hits at any age in different ways. It affects women more than others, but it has a big effect on revenue-raising possibilities, and we need to be looking at systems that treat the care economy more holistically and comprehensively, and that involves Treasury, in a sense, is what you're saying.
I think what we'd like to do is, and we've already started going about trying to have those meetings, is in the modelling that was done in this Caring Costs Us report, you know, especially if you front load superannuation, for instance, as an example, if you had a superannuation component on top of your carer payment, in the modelling, especially if you're young and you've got the compound interest over a lifetime, then the benefit in terms of reduced aged care pension payments well down the track. I mean, you know, so I'm not an economist, but you can see what I'm trying to say, that, you know, you front end here and you've got to reduce liability later. So we'd like to show that and some other modelling we're going to have done to sort of progress that idea a bit more with Treasury, because we think that there's a lay down argument there that's pretty compelling.
It also makes me think about the taxation benefits that flow to people around their superannuation contributions. What you're talking about is a sizable cost, presumably, but we're already making a sizable contribution out of public coffers in foregone revenue, most of which flows to people on relatively higher incomes and most to men.
Yes.
So, you know, having some sideways innovative thinking would be helpful. Can I just work a little further? You talk about an enhanced entitlement to paid personal leave, as recommended by the Human Rights Commission. We've had submissions today about separating personal leave from carers' leave, and in that argument it was suggested that we need to have, they were arguing, two equivalent, so it's an expansion of leave to two separate categories. Is that your view? So it would be 2 lots of 10 days. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think anything that separates and the carer component from your own personal sick leave so that you can look after yourself, and there's that differentiation. And I think just purely from a data point as well, having all of this conflation into what care leave is or leave, we don't actually get an adequate picture of why people are taking leave. So I think it's important to separate it out, and you know, it's in line with recognising carers per the Recognition Act as well, and would help definitely for the community. How many days or what it looks like, you know, that's for government to decide, but anything's better than where we're at the moment. And you're never going to have anything that fits everybody, of course, but you know, I wouldn't oppose that, being a carer myself.
Some workers might have a very strong view that their sick leave should not be reduced, however.
Yeah.
You know what I'm suggesting
Absolutely.
there? I don't think that's going to help working carers.
I also do think it's quite relevant to reference there. I have recently had a few carers speak to me in terms of their...
Frozen. Sorry, we lost you then. We lost you for a moment there. Can you just repeat that? We'll see if we can hear.
Apologies. I've had carers reaching out to me who are working in rostered work who are advising me that they're being required to request leave prior to a shift actually being rostered because of that flexibility, that rather than them request to not be rostered on that time, that's actually being requested to be booked as leave, which undermines the reason why they're going into that flexible work in the first place. And often those appointments are to assist in that carer role of the partnership of accessing appointments, accessing supports for the person who is requiring support at the time. So I think it's really important as well to look at the element of load that can come from that for someone when they're using up their leave, purely just to ensure they're available to support.
I think it's really important at this point as well that there are so many wonderful workplaces that really are supportive. A big issue for carers, first of all, they need to recognise that they are a carer, and then they need to have the confidence or inclusive workplace to be able to have that discussion with their employer. And I think that's a barrier in itself, whether it's coming from the employer or the carer themselves not wanting to ask. I think there's a lot of employers out there that would be flexible, but they don't know. And particularly when we're talking about carers of those living with mental ill health or drug and alcohol misuse, the stigma around that. And the double-edged sword, though, is that once you discuss your caring needs, you can often, as is the case for a lot of more vulnerable groups, is be looked over for opportunities or it be assumed what you're able to do, what you're able to handle. Maybe we shouldn't offer you that extra shift. And sometimes it's coming out of a good place, but it's still assumed that you're making a decision for somebody else without giving them that opportunity. So I think just creating that carer inclusivity and ability to have the conversations without fear of retribution is really important, and without having to explain why. So I just need to take this afternoon off. You shouldn't be, well, why do you have appointments for, like, having to delve into that is so tiring. And again, you know, most people don't get asked if they're going to have the afternoon off. they're having the afternoon off for whatever reason. So I do want to shout out to the workplaces that are very friendly, but it is a really difficult discussion to have, particularly if you've had a negative experience in other areas of your life, and then sometimes you do have to drop everything and leave. And that's really hard to explain, especially if we're talking back to the care economy. If you're in that kind of situation and you have someone that you're being paid to care for there and you have to leave everything because the person that you care for is in a crisis situation or something's happened, what do you do there? Because you're not going to want to leave the person that's vulnerable that you're caring for paid. So that's another, I guess, tricky situation. Yeah.
I'm reminded of your contribution, Ms McMurtry, at the Jobs and Skills Summit. I felt like you were pointing to the need to shop around for the right employer. And when you're lucky enough to find a fabulous one, then you're welded on for life. And I think Dylan Alcott made a very strong appeal to employers to not be the exception, but to adopt a more common standard of supporting working carers.
And I absolutely agree with Kelly. There's so many valuable employers out there that are committed. And I guess one of the things, again, that I've been privileged to hear is that employers are reaching out to ask what my employer has done to make me feel safe. And part of that is also making the employers feel safe. I think often they're a bit concerned about saying the right thing or asking the right questions in a way that's not create a conflict or putting them in a vulnerable position or putting their staff member in that. So I do think there's definitely opportunity for growth there as we understand the role of a carer as that partnership of supporting someone to navigate their well-being equitably in our community, and offering that support in an empowering way. But at the same time, it's definitely about finding that employer that values the skills that Alison referenced. I think on top of, I was shocked myself when I returned to work how good I am at processes now, because everything in my world needs to get allocated into an adequate process so that it can work and things can function.
Can we go to the right to request, which is the last of your industrial suggestions? A positive duty in relation to the request for workplace flexibility to be created. And I just wondered about an appeal mechanism. What's your view about that? We've heard some views that there should be, at the moment there is no appeal if you get knocked back. Does this right to request work to your knowledge as it exists, and does it need strengthening with the right to appeal?
We've always argued for the right to appeal under the Fair Work Act, and as you say, there isn't one. I think under the Fair Work Act, the employer has to respond in writing. I'm not absolutely sure.
In a certain timeline.
But, so they respond in writing and they say, no, it's all too difficult, and then you've got nowhere to go.
And I think that goes again to creating the dialogue to start with around why, but then not having to go so far as to give a detailed dossier of your caring role and everything that's around that. I know, a lot of other situations you wouldn't be asked. You're not asked when you get a medical certificate, why were you sick, what exactly diagnosis do you have, etc. So why do you need to know exactly? And I think there's got to be a bit of trust both ways on that, but definitely the right to ask. And I don't think a lot of carers are aware of that or have the confidence, again, to do that. And I think it also changes or differs depending on the care relationship you have or the type of caring role you have. So it's often perceived by people that if you have a child with disability, of course you ask. But if you have an adult child with disability, that's different because they're an adult child. So should I ask, or does that apply to me now? Or if you're caring for someone with a chronic condition that does require care, well, it's not a life-limiting illness, it's not a disability, it's a chronic condition. That wouldn't apply to me. And I think it's a bit of awareness raising as well, but also that space and those dialogues, and just being able to start the conversation somewhere and then know how to request or know how to ask as well.
Thanks for that. That's very clear. Just in wrapping a couple of final points, is there anything you'd like to say that is distinctive about First Nations issues and the caring questions that you and your organisation want to bring to our attention? And the second one is, are there issues around men as carers that also perhaps need to be highlighted?
I might just say something. It doesn't quite go exactly to the workplace issue, but as I'm fairly new to the carers space, I've only been in this role a few months. One of the things that strikes me about First Nations carers is that in a sort of culturally, I think that it's harder for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to understand or identify that they are in a caring role. There's an assumption that we're family, and of course that's what we do. So in terms of thinking through issues around employment and caring and so on, I think that there's a different paradigm around that because of the cultural difference. And so I imagine that when I look at the numbers of Aboriginal carers, instinctively I think it's a bit low because it's not a name that they would particularly find relevant to what they're doing right now. And it doesn't just apply to First Nations people. There are other people from different backgrounds who may come also from just an assumption that I'm a family member and therefore I care. So I think I just wanted to make that point. About the employment issue with First Nations people.
Yeah, I think that there's so many barriers for our First Nations people to begin with as well. And from the caring perspective, there's a lot around the substitute care being culturally appropriate as well. And again, that confidence to have conversations. So on top of having a conversation about what other supports you might need, you're bringing in the caring role. I think there's a lot more vulnerability there in having those conversations, and also to be frank, they're already looking at so many other social determinant issues that adding in their caring role as even a factor, like Alison said, recognising that they're even a carer, and that is different. So very complex, and something that we're absolutely looking at trying to delve more into with First Nations people. But you know, we actually think the Carer Recognition Act, which we would love to be reviewed, it doesn't quite fit for First Nations people in terms of how we go about advocating for carers per the Act, because it doesn't allow for that flexibility and that broader social determinants and idea of well-being and wellness and what a family and community is. In terms of your question on men, I think there are some differences. Our Caring Costs Us report did show us that men who take a caring role and leave employment are often worse off because of the income that they had to start with, not in the long term with the superannuation, because they've often got some form of super, but of course young male carers are more impacted. I think less men would identify as being a carer than women, and I think there is a lot of shame that comes with that as well, and it's a very different relationship for a man to have become a carer and have that difference in the role and the relationship they have with someone, and to identify with that and seek external supports. So maintaining employment, it would be so important from that social perspective as well, and I think they're a particularly hard to reach group for us is the male carer, and recognising and supporting that they can have that role, and they're wonderful at it, and they, often will do it. But it is another tricky one for us.
One thing that we have found in our research into First Nations people is it depends a lot on where you live. And 80% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders live on the east coast of Australia, and a very large proportion of those live in big cities. and you do get real differences both culturally and in terms of how people are faring compared to some regional areas, and especially outer regional areas and then remote areas.
So some of it's about geography,
Yeah,
but some of it is
some
not.
of it is about culture. Yeah.
Any final questions from? Sorry.
Sorry, just on reference to men, our experiences with significant challenges to maintain support workers so that I can maintain employment has meant my husband and son have stepped up as secondary and subsequent carers to support our family. And while we're working through that, my younger son particularly really struggles to identify as a young carer, even though he schedules his roster around being able to help support his brother to attend appointments. And how passionate I am about carers. I think it's important to speak to that in terms of our First Nations people. In terms of men, as it was so eloquently mentioned, and also in terms of individuals who are supporting people with substance use challenges and mental health challenges, that we have a wealth of members of our community who are out there supporting in partnership with the person experiencing challenges without access to the community. They tend to end up, like I did, with significant stresses on both my mental and physical health were significantly impacted due to the load, because as you mentioned, I do feel a responsibility to make sure that my son doesn't feel responsible for my caring role. I want to make sure that he is advocated for and that it is never a disempowering thing for him, that I choose and passionately support him. And I think that that's something that many carers are experiencing. I feel responsibility to him, to my employer, to the other carers around me, because that isolation is so overwhelming when you're out of the workforce. Even if you do not identify as a carer, you still feel isolated when your ability to engage in that part of society is impacted.
And I think Diana raises a good point that often the focus is on primary carers, and often they are women. That's what the statistic tells us. But it's the whole family unit, and by the nature of caring, depending on the intensity of care that needs to be provided, the whole family in essence are secondary carers and need to provide support to each other, particularly when the primary carer might be unwell, etc. And so, there's the extra impact of if you're a single carer, etc., or a carer without a community around you, whether that be family or friends. I do want to make the point that carers within the LGBTQIA+ space face specific challenges related to who family and friends might be perceived as. So it is a good point that it is the whole family unit and we can't just look at the one person, but it is, and employment, of course, in particular, has an impact on the household income and the household financial sustainability and things. But young carers also need to be supported to stay in school and then get employment. And want to maintain their caring role, and are wonderful, wonderful people, as young as 12, who are just doing such amazing things for us all. And I think it's really important that we've had this opportunity. Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. If no other senators have anything extra to pursue, I want to thank you on behalf of us all for your submission and for bringing your experience and all of your data and reports to us. They're very much appreciated. And if there are any questions on notice that you've taken that you'd want to follow up with, we'd love to hear from you before the end of September. But thanks for your time and for your submission and being here.
Thanks. Thanks,
Diana.
Diana.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Diana.
Video conference, yes. Mr. Cran. We might suspend proceedings for 5 minutes while we organise our next witness. Thank you.
Hello?
And I welcome via video conference Mr Dwayne Cranfield of the National Ethnic Disability Alliance. Mr Cranfield, can you hear me all right?
I can now, yes.
That's good. We can hear you loud and clear here. Would you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask you some questions?
For sure. My name's Dwayne Cranfield. I'm from NEDA, the National Ethnic Disability Alliance. We're the national peak body in the space for culturally and linguistically diverse people with a disability in Australia. We're funded by DSS, and we offer support and systemic advocacy, I guess, to the sector and to government around those issues. We have a brief, I've got several pages of things here which I'm not sure I can read through all of it. At some point we would like to probably send some of this information over to you in hard form, but today I can point to some of a bit of a summary we've done and enter into some discussion if need be.
That sounds excellent. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. I guess the basic summary is at the moment that, to begin with, NEDA's a founding member of Disabled Persons Organisations Australia. We're a DPO, which means we're an organisation made by people with disability for people with a disability. The bulk of our membership, staff and community are culturally and linguistically diverse people that live with a disability, as is our board. So we like to think that the information that we give from our membership, because we're a federated model, and through our board and our council and our staff, is actually information by CULT people for CULT people with a disability. People with a disability from CULT backgrounds face considerable barriers not experienced by others in our community. These include strict health requirements when applying for visas, the challenge of navigating multiple mainstream supports across health, aged care, disability and immigration, reduced opportunities, low participation in the labour force, limited flexibility in working arrangements, long waiting periods to access mainstream supports, the 10-year qualifying period for migrants to access age and disability support pensions, and the 1-year waiting period for carers allowance, the high cost and long delays of those seeking sponsorship for family members, carer visas, to provide culturally appropriate care at home. These experiences of people with a disability and their family members caring for them has garnered little attention in the public eye. And some of those recommendations that we have is to ensure flexible and improved workplace policies and arrangements, ensure that mainstream supports are appropriate, accessible, inclusive, culturally safe and easy to navigate, reduce long waiting periods for access to mainstream supports, and increase economic security and improve migration pathways for CULT people with a disability and their carers. And I think one of the special areas in this, again, is new and emerging communities. And I think one of the things that we saw that didn't very work well, and some of the learnings that we have from the COVID situation, was how culturally and linguistically diverse people with disability and illness in some spaces were dealt with in the community, and how that lack of information and lack of communication for them moved across into huge transmission rates of the illness. And so for us, that's just kind of highlights the aspect that without proper processes and ways to communicate with culturally diverse people, that there are going to be huge shortfalls in how they engage and how they access supports and services and how they fit into mainstream society in Australia. So then you've got some questions that you guys have put forward, and we've got some recommendations to the first question, which is the extent and the nature of combination of work and care across Australia. And our first recommendation is that Australia's employment system should offer better income protections for all migrants and multicultural workers in Australia, ensure that CULT people with a disability can access sufficient care and supports regardless of financial status, visa status or cultural background, simplify the care visa process and reduce waiting periods. The current system is complex and requires the person with a disability to go above and beyond to prove that they are out of options. This reduces their choice and control to be cared for at home if they want. Ensure that any future federal funded employment services incorporate specialist services and inclusion experts who understand individual barriers to employment, help support for CULD people with a disability, their carers, and access to employment. Ensure that development and training of all care staff around cultural competency, cultural safety, anti-discrimination, anti-racism, and trauma-informed service delivery. Trauma-informed is really, really important in this space, especially for people with a disability and especially for new and emerging people that have come from war zones and communities that aren't as refined as ours, for the want of a better word as well. Broaden the definition of immediate family or family unit when considering carer leave. This is especially crucial for CULD communities who live in joint families and think of care responsibility as a family community issue. So again, often in CULD families, Uncle Jack might not actually be Uncle Jack. Uncle Jack might be an external person who's close to the family who's assumed those roles and those situations. And services should be available to help to use those people in that space as well. And I would say the same would go with regard to the NDIS, with regard to people supplying services and supports to people getting NDIS services as well, that people should be able to employ family members and community members that they know very, very well to offer them support and care. The next issue you've got is the impact of combining various types of work and care, including children and age, with those with a disability. And I'll just go into our recommendations. Won't go into all of it because I know that you're stuck for time. Remove long waiting periods for migrants who have access to community mainstream supports. Remove the 10-year qualifying period. Remove more than 28 days of broad criteria to access the DSP. Provide adequate funding for formal support, including funding to community organisations, individual advocacy and disability support so that they can adequately meet the needs of CULD people with a disability. One of the issues there is that advocacy within the community has been devastated by the fact that states and territories now basically contribute that money into the general coffers of the NDIS. And one of the things that suffered in this space was general advocacy work, feet on the ground work, working with people that are, and I don't like the term vulnerable, but we'll use it today, vulnerable people with a disability or CULD people, and that can be for them looking for work or looking for supports or looking for anything. And I think the fact that those support services have been greatly diminished in the space, that advocacy has become a real problem, is something that is a real barrier to people with a disability seeking employment and getting jobs. The next one was consideration of the differences in experience of disabled people, workers who support them, and those who undertake formal caring roles. And I'll just go through the recommendations, and this is the last 5 recommendations. Appropriate visas, training and support pathways should be made available for CULD people with a disability, carers residing in Australia already. Ensure that there's adequate and appropriate help in applying and obtaining access to mainstream supports. For example, improved assertive outreach, provide personal-centric tailored support, help connect people with and across different mainstream supports, improve the skills and capabilities of frontline workers that meet the needs of CULD people with disability so there's less reliance on formal care and support. Ensure that any future federally funded employment services incorporate specialist services and inclusion experts who understand individual barriers to employment and help support CULD people with disability and carers access to employment. Commit to the collection of application and accurate and representative data. And data is very important in this space. A national consistent definition of CULD, distinguish between cultural diversity and linguistic diversity, cultural consistency in how disability is defined, and intersectionality is included in the data collections. And just on those things, just because a person speaks a language doesn't mean they're literate in that language as well. And one of the other things I want to kind of talk about, which is employment-based and disability-based, and CULD people utilise the service, is that of ADEs. Australian Disability Enterprises. You've got people working in those programs for as little as $2.30, $2.40 an hour. In places where they can't leave, they're there all day. They're put there by family members and carers. Many of these people go just because it's expected of them. And essentially, that equates to modern day slavery. And one of the things we would like to see would be the phasing out of ABEs, or a process which is more appropriate form of employment for people with a disability within that space. I think it's obscene that you've got people earning $2.50 or $3 an hour, stuffing envelopes and doing things, and the person, able-bodied person supervising them, is earning $35 an hour. I think that kind of is outrageous, and that's something that I'd like to talk about at some point further if there's an opportunity. That's it so far. We'll tidy up this document that we've got today so that it's a tad more formal, and we'll flick that across very, very soon to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cranfield. That's a very comprehensive and quickly skated across document, which I really would look forward to receiving from you. The committee would welcome the detail behind what you have just put to us. So thank you for offering to give that to us. We have some questions. Senator White, and then I'll follow.
Yes. Look, thanks for it was very comprehensive. One of the points you made was the fact that advocacy has been devastated, and that joining up and giving information in communities, which you rightly said was poor during the COVID times, because there was just nobody thinking about how to describe to various called communities what was going on. Can I ask you, so you talk about advocacy services, is there any other central coordination services that you think might be useful to have for those communities to help them navigate the supports they need?
Oh, look, I think there's probably a broader role there somewhere for Services Australia in this conversation, as to how to engage with the community and to support COLD people in this space. Part of the worrying aspect around all of this is that there's an over-reliance on technology to get information out into the community. So the use of apps and smartphones and devices. A lot of the people that we deal with, especially those who border on aged care or are a bit older, don't have access to that equipment and don't understand that equipment. And a lot of people from new and emerging communities don't have the resources to be able to afford the equipment to actually connect and get the information they need. So that's one of the barriers around this space. And again, when we're using app-based technology, stuff is done, information is provided in written format in language. And that's great if you can read your language. But if you're growing up in a refugee camp, or you're growing up in a country where young women aren't allowed to attend school and learn how to read and write, these things can be real barriers to you accessing these supports. So what's really needed is to go back a bit and have that process we had years ago where we had feet on the ground who worked with people within community and supported them because government is trying to reduce expenditure, and I get it, so we go to app-based technology, but what we need is people on the ground to work with people. Many years ago in the 80s, when I first started my employment history as a youth worker in Newcastle, I did detached youth work, which was where I took all the resources that my organisation had out into the community of an evening and worked with young gangs and people then, many of whom in the Newcastle area were cold as well. And we took all those resources out to them because there was a process that didn't allow them to come into the office. They were fearful of office, they were fearful of government, they were fearful of all sorts of things. So we took those resources out and we built relationships with those people and built up trust in order to help facilitate growth. And I think there's a place for some kind of similar kind of working model again especially with, and again, I don't like the term, but I'm going to use it, with vulnerable people in this space.
So I guess you'd say the same thing about, well, I guess what you're saying is one size doesn't fit all, and you have to look at the communities that you're dealing with and what they come with and what they require communication-wise. Do you think that's also the sort of philosophy that is required to increase the numbers of people with a disability with a called background participating in the workforce?
100%, because I identify as a person with a disability as well, and I have an acquired brain injury. And today it appears I've had enough coffee and I'm quite succinct in what I'm saying. But there are days when I'm not, and so my capacity can vary. And I think part of the issue is that when people with a disability are moving towards disability employment services to help them find work, and let's say it's a psychosocial issue that they've got, and they wake up that morning and they just can't get out of bed to make the meeting to go to get their job or to talk to somebody about a job, and then it gets cancelled and they've got to wait another 8 weeks or 12 weeks until they get another appointment to come in and see something. There's a real lack of flexibility in how we deal with people with a disability in this space. We're not dealing with corporate Bob who can get up in the morning and go to work and arrives on time and is there. We're dealing with people that have capacity issues within their lives that very much dictate their ability to perform and to be on time, or to attend, or to read a document. And I think that there's got to be some flexibility within that process that looks at that. And then if you've got the added issue of culture and language in that as well, and how people, there might be shame in the fact that they've let people down and they can't do things. It becomes a very, very broad situation, and it's there isn't a lot of what's what I'm looking for, scope. There isn't a lot of there's not a lot of room for movement in how government and organisations deal with people in these situations. They're very prescriptive.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for those answers. Our time is limited, but I just want to sort of summarise some of the big points you've made, which have been about adequate communication, especially systems that pick up on new and emerging called communities. You've also made a strong argument about the visa system, simplification, and ensuring that it works properly. Your point about advocacy and the consequence of, an unintended consequence probably of the NDIS, the fracturing of support has been a fracturing of a well-organised advocacy voice. Have I got that right?
100%, yeah, and I do think it was it wasn't decided. We're going to cut down on advocacy by doing this. I think it was just very much unintended. It occurred, and now we're dealing with the ramifications. Yeah.
You also have made an argument for proper data collection that's disaggregated, so hopefully that is developed in the document you're going to send to us. And finally, the ADE, the enterprises that you mention. I'm just curious about the extent of those, Mr. Cranfield. Are they in decline? What's the scale of those in terms of... No,
they're not. And they're not, and they're supported by both sides of government. So they're a process that both the current opposition and the current government support. They're what's commonly referred to as sheltered workshops. And they're out there and they're thriving. And it's a bit like disability employment services, the amount of money that gets thrown to those, and they don't pass muster either. And I'm glad to see that that's being reviewed, and that's really important. But ADEs are a real issue that needs to be addressed, because it is just modern slavery. And I know we've got the time, but I've got a neighbour who lives independently. He gets up at 4 o'clock in a Canberra winter's morning to go and clean public toilets after catching the bus for $3.60 an hour. That's what he gets. And he goes and cleans public toilets for $3.60 an hour. He lives independently. He's a man with an intellectual disability, and he does that 5 days a week. I mean, it's just inappropriate.
I think there's no one listening to what you're saying who would think that was a good thing. But I do wonder, is there also a function there in such enterprises which that they provide a form of care? And what will be the implication of their removal for families that may be using them as a form of care? I guess there's I'm not arguing for the enterprises, I'm arguing for a way in which...
I think you're right, and a lot of people end up in these places because their parents or their carers have got to go to work and do things during the day, and these become a safe holding place for someone to be of use and to try and do something and that make friends. But I think generally the people that I've spoken to in them, that's not the case. They just arrive and they work, and I don't think it's a very joyous place for them from the people that I've spoken to. But I think you're right. Part of the issue is that these are seen as a safe environment by carers for these people to go to while they do the things that they need to do in order to survive as well. Yeah, it's not an easy fix. I'm not suggesting that it is.
Thank you for drawing our attention to that and for the whole submission that you've given us. You've introduced a whole range of additional points for us to consider, and so the committee thanks you for your contribution, and we look forward to receiving your submission within 2 weeks if that's possible. So thanks for your time and for putting up with the technology as well. Much appreciated.
Yeah, technology's been a bit difficult today, but thank you very much, and I'm really glad this is happening today, so thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay. I think we have Alexi Boyd ready to go. So without further ado, I now welcome via teleconference Ms Alexi Boyd of the Council of Small Business Organisations of Australia. Ms Boyd, would you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask you some questions?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity for COSBOA to offer this statement. How is my bandwidth? I can see it's a bit glitchy from you, but can you hear me okay?
We can hear and see you well.
Brilliant. Okay. So thank you firstly. As an introduction, COSBOA is the peak body for small businesses, and through our membership associations of industry associations, we represent hundreds of thousands of small businesses across the country. In producing this statement, we engaged with a number of our members. We had the Australian Hairdressing Council, the Australian Retailers Association, and also the Myotherapy Association of Australia, as well as some consulting with a number of other members in relation to work and care. When it comes to work and care, what we'd like to highlight in today's statement is the perspective of not only the small business owner, but their employees and their need for there to be flexibility within the system. Importantly, when it comes to female workers and their, female business owners, it's important that the flexibility is there with consideration for them as small business owners themselves, and that any opportunities that are available to employees can be equally accessed to small business owners. In particular, we sought information coming from female-centric industries simply because they have a good understanding of what it means for female carers to re-enter the workforce and an experience in those situations with a highly casualised workforce. For example, as a small business owner returning to work, you have to often return earlier because as the business owner, if you don't work, you don't earn money. You also need to be present to support your staff and keep the continuity of your staff going as the need arises when you return to work. So many of our members were saying as female-centric small business owners, there was more of an impetus for them to return to work earlier. Paid parental leave has been helpful to support those who are sole traders, so that's always very beneficial. But the limitations on small business owners being able to return and be productive in their own workplace is evident because of not only a lack of accessibility, which many people in the community experience for childcare, but also the need for before and after school care. When we spoke to our members, that was actually a very important point that they wanted to highlight. As a small business owner, if you are in a caring capacity for children in particular, and you have to do the school drop off and pick up, you could be limited to maybe 4.5 to 5 hours of work a day. And that's a pretty significant hit on what might be a normal work day for you. So the importance of having accessibility not only to childcare for early learning, but also for before and after school care, particularly for primary aged kids, that would mean that you'd have a real increase in productivity for small business owners. Similarly, the impact of the having a female-centric industry is quite interesting from the Australian Hairdressing Council's perspective. They recently did a survey of their members and found that 70% of the industry is now sole traders, and that is increasing. One of the reasons for that is because there's a lack of flexibility in the ability to bring back female workers in their industry, and so they feel that it's easier to become a non-employing business. So they stop becoming employers, they go back to being sole traders, and of course that's a contraction of their ability to run a business. When we spoke to the Australian Retail Association, they said that many people choose to work in the flexible environment that retail can offer because they can make their schedules work around their work responsibilities. So in many cases, it's a choice to work in that industry because of the inherent flexibility. Being a casual worker has its benefits for the employee as well. And of course, they don't support anything that would make it a requirement or doesn't have the flexibility working both ways. They are in support of uncarers leave to maintain connection with the employer. Importantly, what we need to see is an ability for check-ins and notice to be as easy as possible for both parties. So what we need is an incentive that is incentives to encourage people to return to the workforce or remain out of the workforce that's flexible and that's easy to access for both the employees and the employers. And I think that connection and that relationship between the employer and the employees at the time when people are returning to work or seeking flexibility is so important. Small business owners need to retain the autonomy of what happens in their business, but similarly, there needs to be an open dialogue, but an easy dialogue. So if we take, for example, the requirement to fill in workplace flexibility arrangement forms, if you're in a workplace that has people who require that flexibility and they are on permanent part-time or full-time staff members, then each time there's any change to a roster, these forms need to be filled out over and over again, and it can be quite cumbersome and a complex part of record keeping. So is there something in the record keeping that can inherently create a sort of an easier process to make those conversations and that flexibility part of the relationship moving forward? And then, oh, sorry, was that me? No, that's not me. And just largely, it was important that we, when consideration is given for return to work, that it's remembered that if we are encouraging small business owners who are female-owned and female-operated businesses, that there's a reminder that the female owners themselves need to be able to access all of the same flexibility arrangements and the ability for them to access government support as they were if they were an employee. Thank you.
Thank you. You've given us a lot to chew on, and we would look forward to you perhaps putting that material together to provide to us in the form of a submission, if that's possible afterwards. I hate to create more work for you, but Senator Bragg is going to lead off.
Certainly. Hi, Senator.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms Boyd. I just wanted to take you to your comments around childcare options for small business people. So I hear your comments about before and after school care. What proportion do you think of your members would be likely to want to utilise those options?
It's difficult to say. I mean, as you're no doubt aware, our members are professional associations and industry associations themselves. We would need to get that information from each of the industries alone. But from speaking to our associations, what they have said is that the inability to access, if you are a carer or a parent who is running a business, it can be limiting in the hours that you can work because you can't access that before and after school care as easily as a circumstance because it's just not available in your local school, for instance.
Yeah, and is there any difference between your need to access before and after school care as compared to, say, childcare or preschool?
It's more that in the discussions around caring, that it's often missed out before and after school care. I think that was what we were endeavouring to highlight, was that as a small business owner, you can't operate the maximum capacity that you can. Obviously before and after, early childhood care is 0 to 5. We need to include in the conversation when we're thinking about people returning to work as many hours as they wish to work, we need to include before and after school care in that conversation. So it's not necessarily that we're hearing that there's more accessibility to childcare versus before and after school care. It's more that it needs to be part of the conversation with returning carers back to work or having that flexibility in the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're not, there's no particular age group for childcare that you're prioritising. Is that right?
Essentially, yeah. It's ensuring that we include that, so it's not just talking about the first 5 years of a child's life, but actually beyond that, because of the limiting factor of if you are a dual responsible for running a business and also looking after a household, then if you don't have access to that, then it's going to limit your ability to work. Have I answered your question? Sorry.
So what about, do you or your members have any views about the efficiency and productivity of the current childcare system for early childhood care?
When we spoke to our members, they particularly highlighted concerns around regional areas that don't have, as we know, known as colloquially as childcare deserts, and that can be a limiting factor to be able to run a business and be able to work at maximum capacity. So when we talked about accessibility, our members immediately spoke about thinking of their members, their small businesses in regional areas who can't access childcare or after school care at all.
Yeah, that's a comment about access in the regions, other than any particular critique of the scheme, isn't it?
No, there was no critique of the scheme itself.
Yeah, okay. Would you be able to consider whether it would be possible to survey or to generate some data from your members about their demand needs for childcare? Because I think it would help us in our deliberations, as it's not clear to me how much demand there is from small business. And my sense of it is that it is going to be easier to justify policy reform if there is a high level of interest and buy-in from your constituency.
I understand. Thank you. We'll endeavour to do that. There may be some existing data coming out of some of our members who have already surveyed this. As I mentioned, there might be some in existence that we can seek and come back to the committee with. So thank you for that opportunity. We will see whether we can get that information, and we may be able to do just a very brief survey of our members directly to see just some broad questions around whether or not they think that there's sufficient. Are you speaking in terms of access, Senator Bragg, or are you speaking about whether or not the system is fit for purpose for small businesses to be able to get the right funding?
It could potentially be those two things, but it's even more basic. It's just demand. Demand, because I think that there are various perceptions out there. I'm not tied to any of these perceptions, but there is sometimes a perception that it's people working in sort of bigger companies or maybe working for governments or something that are the people that are needing access to childcare. But of course, that's a complete misnomer. I think you've got a valuable perspective.
Thank you, Senator. And I'll take that away and we will find out some more information from our members to see if there's any statistics that they have, but we can speak more broadly about whether the demand is there. I would say from the conversations that we've had with our members, the moment we speak about women, female-centred businesses, and when we talk about the ability for families to, even a family business, how do you do that when both of the people are working within the business? And if they don't have access to childcare or before or after school care, then that's going to limit their hours that they can work as a family and in fact limit their income. That keeps on coming up in conversation when we talk about that. So I will endeavour to find that out for you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Ms Boyd. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Senator White.
Are there other things that you think came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit that are going to, if they come to fruition, they're going to help small business owners and their employees balance work and care responsibilities?
Look, I would hope that through a process that enables small businesses to be able to have a clear framework for conversation, it can also encapsulate those conversations about returning to work with care responsibilities and enabling a system where small businesses can have those conversations and understand how those conversations should work. We think that would be beneficial. Yes, it will enable those conversations to happen with a better framework around them and helping small businesses to understand what they can and can't do and what their obligations are, for instance. All of that is helpful.
So you mentioned about some business owners deciding to become sole traders rather than employ people. Can you just expand on what you see the barriers are for that and why that has occurred?
Simply with the complexity in the system. So what we're hearing, this was specifically coming out of the Australian Hairdressing Council. They're seeing an increasing number of businesses deciding to become non-employing because of the complexity and the inflexibility of the employment system. Say, for example,
Oh dear. Have we lost Alexi? We seem to have lost our connection.
Both the employees and the employers. Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Where did I drop off there?
You were talking about the complexity of the employment system.
Right, sorry. So what we're hearing from the Hairdressing Council in particular is that they're seeing more of their members become sole traders because of the inflexibility of the system to be able to employ. And part of that is you can't allow someone to do a couple of extra hours here or there because their needs, when you're a carer, they can change very quickly. With a sick child or for some reason you need to, go to an appointment, there's such an inflexibility in the system if someone is permanent part-time or permanent full-time that you can't change rosters without notice and you've got to fill out these forms and over time it becomes harder and harder to employ people. There's no flexibility in the system that allows for, an agreement to take place that's good for both parties, and people don't really know how to navigate that system so that they constrict the number of employees they take on and eventually decide it's just too hard and I think I'll just become a sole trader again.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions to build on what we've already covered. You mentioned that paid parental leave had been helpful for your members, and I just wondered if you could expand on that a little. Who's it been helpful to the small business owner and to the workers, and in what ways? Just to get a picture of how that's been working in small business.
Well, what our members have said is that it's helpful to know that they themselves can be included. It's an example of an opportunity or some government support that hasn't excluded small business owners because they are not an employee. So obviously if you're a sole trader, you're not on payroll, you don't get other benefits, you certainly don't get family sick leave or annual leave. And so this is something that hasn't meant that they were excluded. So there was support for that process. It is still quite a complicated process to engage with because of the multiple government agencies that are included in the process of engaging with paid parental leave. And we hear that from different members. But what was pleasing was the fact that this is an example of government support that's not tied with being an employee.
So it's inclusive. I can see your point there, absolutely. The OECD average now is heading towards, up towards 52 weeks of paid parental leave. Do you have any response? And we've certainly got submissions that suggest it should be increased from 20 weeks at present. What's your view on that and how it would affect small business?
We don't have a specific view. I think that it's important that that whatever considerations are made, it's done with view to understand the different types of workplaces that small businesses operate in, and that good consultation takes place to really understand the impact that would happen in different workplaces, different work circumstances, and an important consultation process so it's not treated the same as a big business, for instance, who has big HR departments that can handle multiple investigate or handle multiple forms to fill out and all these different processes. Remembering that every single change that happens to the small business owner. They're the ones who need to navigate the system. Many of them can't afford good quality advisors or assistants, and they're often doing it themselves. So any change we would suggest needs to be it needs to keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. You also said, if I heard correct, that you supported carers' leave. Were you talking about unpaid carers' leave there? And we've heard today from a range of carer organisations about interest in maintaining an attachment to the workplace, but being able to take more leave to care for a sick parent or someone with a disability. What's your? Can I get a bit of clarity about your thinking about unpaid carers' leave?
Look, I think as it stands at the moment, it has its benefits for both the employer and the employee. However, any changes to the system would need to be take into consideration that if there's any changes, even on a day-to-day basis, that can affect the small business owner's productivity and having to re-navigate rosters, etc. So if we think about people returning to work on a flexible basis, they may be able to do it for a certain number of days after, say, maternity leave, but each time that person returns to the work, there is an element of disruption either to the roster or to the process of the work environment. And when you're in a small team, it can be disruptive for the team who are working in that environment as well, not just for the business owner who has to navigate payroll or whatever it is that's required. So I think that when any changes needs to, again, take into consideration what the impact would be, not only from an administrative point of view, but as a small team and in that workplace environment.
Thank you for that. Another proposition we've heard today from a couple of places has been around separating personal leave from carers' leave, the paid personal leave and carers' leave. At the moment, of course, they're together 10 days. I'm wondering what your view is about that. People who are speaking from carer advocacy organisations suggesting that because they're put together, carers can't really get access to their personal leave and they use it for care of others.
I would need to take that on notice. It's not something that I've spoken specifically to our members about. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thanks so much for taking the time to appear. We really appreciate your time and we look forward to your submission, if that's possible, within 2 weeks. We would very much like to take into account the things you've put before us and that you walked us through at the beginning of this session. So we thank you.
That's a pleasure, and I'll endeavour to get back to you with that information that I've been asked to get. So thank you for the opportunity from COSBOA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. Okay. So that, assuming there are no other questions or contributions, that concludes today's hearing. I think we've heard a great deal of very rich material today, and very much on point for what this inquiry was set up to discuss. So thank you to all witnesses who appeared, and to Hansard and Broadcasting for your hard work and assistance. The committee has agreed that on questions on notice, of which there have been quite a sizable number today, we'd look forward to responses by the 29th of September 2022. The committee stands adjourned.